Welcome to the fifth round of the TePe Sigeman chess tournament, and today I'm joined by Tiger again. You are back.
Yes,
Did
the
you
return of the tiger.
Yeah, did you follow the games yesterday?
Not really, but
No.
I watched
Yeah.
something on my way here today,
Yeah.
just to see what they were about.
Yeah.
So I'm not completely in the dark.
No. And we could say that right now there are two players in the lead with 3 points. It's Erdogmus and Sindarov, and half a point behind we have Grandelius.
Yep.
And then the rest. There are some sharp games.
It looked like it's going our way.
Yes.
Here.
We start with a game Rapport against Sindarov. And Rapport has lost 2 games in a row. So now he has to win, I think, to be...
It's dangerous to think like that, but
Yes.
maybe not so much if you're Richard.
No, because he always thinks like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway. So we have
You
this.
usually, in the old days, you always learned that if you lose 2 games in a row, you should try to just settle for a more pass. I never choose that either. So who am I to say anything like that? I think you told me once.
Yeah, I think it's already if you lose 1 game, then you should settle for a draw.
Okay.
Okay, so this was played the sharpest. Black can take on c4, the Botvinnik, but this is more common. The Moscow variation.
Yeah.
So this is played rather quick.
Yeah.
But it's also very
standard stuff.
Yeah, well known.
And yeah, I've spent probably somewhere between 50 and 100 hours on this position over many years.
Yes.
And I don't remember any of it. But I used to play e5 very early on with white.
Okay.
It was my favorite idea.
We will see. There is a lot of theory. They have to make a few more moves before we can say anything about it. We have Ivanchuk against Erdogmus.
Playing, and Erdogmus is playing your favorite variation in English.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not so common, but this way to play with black and to give this check is not so common. Normally they play this.
Yeah, and it's become very popular.
Yes, d5. This is more old-fashioned, I would say, but I think it's okay.
Just like us.
Yes. You take, and you play d6. And now white has to decide. If you take, it's absolutely nothing, I would say.
Rather, almost slightly more pleasant for black, because
you already had
d4 is not your favorite move in this position.
So this is nothing to be afraid of, at least. Ivanchuk played e4 immediately. Sometimes they play with e3. Knight e2, h3, and g4. So there is a lot of ways for white to play. And you said we have played it?
We have played it, yes.
But I don't remember what you did.
No, I played with e4. I played...
okay.
I probably played knight c3 and then e4.
Yeah.
Which might have been the wrong move, or maybe it's better play e4 and knight e2 first and leave the knight. But I was afraid that you would have played d5 at some point. So
he played e4, so we have this position. And black could choose between castle and queen e7, I think.
Queen e7?
Yeah, to avoid.
Okay.
Sometimes they play with bishop e6, also attacking this one. There is a lot of possibilities.
At this moment, the queen e... yeah. Okay.
We go on. We take a look at Robson against Tan.
This game is very interesting.
Yeah. This is the Italian. Bishop c4 was played. Knight f6. d3. Bishop c5. And now, very early, bishop g5.
I played bishop g5 a lot, but after the standard c3, a6, and short castle and stuff like that, I played bishop g5 against Niels, among other players.
Like this, and then...
Yeah, after bishop a7.
Okay, then... when the bishop
Yeah,
cannot return.
so exactly. So I played it in those positions a few times with white. But I've not played e4 in many years. Not in a half consistent way, at least. So bishop g5 here is
hit the bishop looks natural, but then this also very common to break the pin.
I sometimes feel when I see these games that I feel very old and conservative.
Yes,
because I'm like, oh, no, you can't do that. That is it goes against the goddess of chess or something like that. And then people were, yeah, it's fine. There is something there, as long as you're not worse, and it's a new idea.
But what is this? To notice immediately, bishop g3. I see the point. The pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
But still.
Yeah, but still.
d6, defend.
And now knight a5. You don't want
the
bishop to be challenged with knight a5 and exchanged. That is...
So then you give the bishop a square.
Yeah. Say you want... Black would like to exchange the bishop on c4, and white would like black to spend a lot of time or compromise the structure in order to do that. And bishop e6 is usually a move, I would say, generally speaking, it's better after white has played h3 than before white has played h3, because the f4 square is more vulnerable if white has already moved the h-pawn. Small difference. You can change that later on. But with the bishop and g3 here, I mean, that bishop looks really strange to me. I'm thinking, is white going to play something like knight fd2 and f3? Yeah. I'm a bit puzzled by this, I must confess.
This was played a5.
It's pretending that it's a normal position.
Yeah, knight d2. So this is position right now.
Yeah, and I think for me that bishop on g3, because this is all very normal.
Except
pieces, except that bishop, it's like what how does that change the position? And I feel
to break somehow.
On the other hand, the bishop on e7 is also usually on the long diagonal, so white has gained something from forcing that bishop to be not as active. But I don't know.
Okay, we have one more game. We take a quick look also on our Swedish friend Grandelius. He's playing black against Avin Lamy, and he is surprising his opponent by playing the Queen's Indian, which he normally not does. Normally he would play the Slav.
Or it's his main defense, at least.
G3 as expected, and now bishop a6. Threatening this one, and you can protect it on several ways.
Yeah, and I think because the main point of this move is that it seems like white could play b3 and just gain a tempo, but this move will slightly weaken the structure. Yeah, exactly, the squares around, which means later on these structures where black plays d5, white takes on d5, black takes with e-pawn, then b3 is not really a move that white wants to have played. And this started to play when we were in our 20s. It's when they started playing this bishop a6, and we were like, what is that? And now everyone is used to it.
It's the main line, you will say. But you can protect this pawn in different ways. You can use the queen on all three squares.
Knight bd2, knight c2, knight b3, queen b3, queen a4, and b3. So 5 ways.
This is one way.
Yep.
And I don't think this was expected.
It's an uncommon move, right? Knight c6 here with idea knight a5.
This is one move. d5 is one move. And it was d5 played. You have to take, and you can take with the queen. And I know there is some Anand game, I think, in this line.
Okay.
Because I've also played this with white a long time ago.
Okay, so why?
I think they moved the queen.
Or what if knight c3 and just take and
Maybe even c5.
mm-hmm. Bishop
And we have
g2.
to
Bishop g2.
Yeah, someday we have to go back. Maybe
And bishop knight b5.
we play for some tricks.
It's a good trick, though.
Yeah, maybe it is.
I think
Maybe
it's a bit too good.
Maybe it's annoying. I have to move my king, and I don't like to do this. But I know they usually move the queen.
Okay.
And I don't remember if it is to d1 maybe.
Maybe a4 check, but then you can play queen d7.
Yeah.
And black could be happy about that.
I think it is this move actually.
Oh, and not c2?
No, I think I'm not really sure, but I just
no, but sometimes
your memory is right, and sometimes it's wrong.
I agree.
But this is interesting position, and white has started to think, because this was not the most common way to play against this queen b3. As you said, this is the most common move with this threat.
I met a grandmaster in Iceland a few years ago. He hadn't played for a while, and he had come back to chess, and he said, like, it's so wonderful to play chess nowadays, because with these chessable courses and computers, you know what the best move is, and you can actually learn it and play it. And for me, that is kind of the worst part about modern chess. I would love to have this position now, not know anything, sitting there and actually thinking about it, because there's so many options. That's what I like about chess.
You want the fresh position.
Yeah, I want to be fresh in the position.
Now we have a lot of moves in this Sindarov, Rapport Sindarov game. So we go back. Where did we leave? We left
at b5.
b5.
Yeah. Bishop
b2. Knight b.
All very standard.
But I always learned that you should start with bishop b7, because now you can play d5. Is it not correct? Maybe not. Castle.
And that is uncommon. But maybe it's uncommon in combination with bishop b7. That could be your point, because now black has a bit better control of the dark squares with knight there.
You have to move, sacrificing one more pawn. Bishop e5. They're playing quick, so this is for sure well known. Knight f6, and then rook c1. So this is the position. And white is moving instantly. Black is starting to think, but I think he knows what he's doing. I hope, for his sake, at least. Black is 2 pawns up, but
one of them is going to fall in very near history.
Yeah, next move probably.
Yeah. But being long term, black's main idea, you could say, here is not so much the pawn.
No.
As probably will be able to get the bishop here at some time, because black doesn't have a time to go back. Well, you have to. If we take on e5 now, that would be the main candidate move number one. If we take with a pawn, we can exchange queens and play knight d5. I find it really hard to believe that black should not be at least fine there, because
still 1 pawn up.
Yeah.
The bishop pair.
Yeah.
So we guess we should take with a knight.
Yeah. And for this reason, we might actually play g4 first, with the idea to force. We could play g4. I mean, just trying to make it impossible for white to take back on e5 with a knight. And if white now plays knight d2, we could play something like
trying to take this with a knight. Maybe.
No, g4 is going to be hanging. It's a bit annoying.
This is all very sharp and very difficult, and I hope they are very well prepared, or else this would be almost impossible to play. If you have this like a fresh position, then you would be in big trouble, I would say.
But it would still be nice.
It would be very interesting, but I think if you get this as a fresh position, then I think you would like to be white, because to be black without knowing what to do,
especially against Richard.
Yes.
I played him once.
Yeah,
he played weirdly in the opening, and I was like, "Oh, this must be good." I played a few moves, and then I lost like
a child.
Yes, a bit like that.
Yeah. So this isn't interesting. We go back to this game. We take a look at. Nothing has happened. Is it possible? No. No castle he played. 92. Yes.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, what you mostly wonder about in such a position is, can black ever take on d4 and just play d5? That is why I played knight c3 against you when we played. But maybe you can even take with the queen here.
So what should I take?
And then d5 is impossible. So yeah, your turf.
I would normally play queen e7.
I don't like queen e7 here a lot. I feel your idea with bishop e6 or
it's more forcing. But I normally play with queen e7, rook e8, and then I will come with my knight.
Why not play rook e8 first?
Yeah, because now if they exchange, okay, it's played e4.
Yeah, the knight on e2 is really misplaced in that structure. So no. If we want to take on e5, White's plans here are either to play f4, or just play knight c3, build up in the center, and eventually try to play something like c5 and try to get a structure where we have 4 pawns against 3 on the king side and 2 against 3 on the queen side. I think those 2 are the main ideas that White have here. But actually playing f4 here is not going to be super efficient, because it's black can just
sit and wait.
Because we have no dark squared bishop, so playing f4, f5 later on is not a good idea. It doesn't really give you anything, and taking an e5 is not going to be too great either.
What surprises me a little is that I know this is much more common to play with the pawn e3. And it's, together with this bishop on g2 maybe, but they normally play it like this. Let's say this, this.
Now I like queen e7 because you have the idea to play e4, and now h3.
Then normally I play it like this, and then I put the knight on g3. This is the most common, and this should be. But I have never been completely convinced that this is so good. So maybe this is.
But e4 is very.
Another move.
Okay. Why not?
So this is much more sharp, suddenly.
Yeah, and c5 now doesn't work. Yeah, probably just takes it and takes on d2 and plays knight g4 or something. No, take on. Sorry.
You want to take.
On.
What do you want to take?
I want to take on c5, but you took back. Why do you take back?
Oh, you mean you want to take this one? Okay.
Otherwise, it makes no sense. Come on. But like this, knight g4. It's probably fine for black. And I have to play f4, and now you get knight e3, king f2.
I have to take bishop, maybe. Totally unclear, I would say.
I like right a little there, though.
So maybe c5. I'm not sure why I'm not.
Then I take on d6. And then we get a structure, or when we get to a position where b5 is not a happy move to have played for
You're very
black.
happy to have this later on.
Yeah, so queen takes d4 here. Just it should be at least a little better for white. So c5 is the kind of move that is critical in this position. So black probably has something prepared against that. And I think taking on c5 is must be the main way. I would need to play take on e5. And I also think there's no option to this, and the knight, yeah.
So maybe this is the way it will go.
Might actually take with king, because then we can play f4 also.
And to go, but you will. I will hit you with a check, maybe.
Yeah, and then I need to go to c1, which is slightly annoying, but not the end of the world. And f4. Yeah, black gets too much activity here. Knight e3, knight a6, knight b4, stuff like that. Yeah. No, did not work. It's probably fine for black, because black gets so much activity, even though white's pawn structure is better there.
Let's say this again.
Take on c5. I think this is clear. Take on d2, knight takes d2, knight g4. All this is basically forced. f4.
Of course, you can defend, but there would just be a new knight coming. Yeah. So this should be the way.
It's the only way. Knight d3 possibly, and king f2 is the only move. But we could also play knight a6 instead of knight, because the threat is still there. And the question is, if we play a3 now to stop knight b4, then c4, and the knight comes to c5 instead. And from there it can go to d3. We could play knight to d4 here, and then king e2. It's a very sharp position.
Who do you like?
Structurally, I like white, but active-wise, I feel black has probably more than enough there.
I think Ivanchuk will think for quite some time, as he did yesterday. He thought too long yesterday. We have this game in the Italian, Robson against Tan. We had the position was like this. Castle, castle, nothing more has happened. Yeah, we will see. Yeah, it's all about this bishop.
Yeah, and white needs to get it back in the game with f3, and probably force. At this moment, knight h5 doesn't work because of knight takes e5, and then if.
Let's see if it works or not.
Yeah, because if pawn, that works.
Because then we have the exactly in between.
But you could take with a pawn and then take on d3. But I think that.
And this one is hanging.
Probably have to play knight f3 here. And then.
Yeah, this one is hanging. Okay.
It's not clear. Black could take on e4 and then go to c2 with the queen next and try to attack the b pawn. Now rook f5 is a threat. There.
Maybe it was the wrong rook, I'm not sure. And you should I take the other rook to have this one defended, maybe. But now you can take.
Yeah.
But if you get this is because this one is so weak on e6.
It's compensation, but it's probably not more compensation. So.
But the position right now is this. Black has not played knight h5.
Because will white try to play d4 at some stage?
Yeah, I think to get some life into this bishop. What should we do with the queen? Should it come here? Or should we just place it on d7?
I mean, with the bishop on g3, you want to make sure as black you might want to take on d4 and then play d5 even. But yeah,
which move do we? If we play this, then we can play this move later on, because then the knight is defended on h5. We will see. I'm very curious about the Grandelius game.
Yep.
So we take a look. So what happened? We had this, queen took, I took. Played a3. Bishop went back. Bishop g2. 97. c5 will come one day. I don't see what white has in this position.
No, neither. There's a lot of harmony in the black pieces. But white could play, maybe we should play b4 even. But
that's optimistic.
I disagree with myself.
Yeah.
I also have a feeling that c5 will equalize quite comfortably.
Because it's almost impossible to get this to work in a good way, because you will be directly hit. So I don't understand white's play.
He has no weaknesses. Really.
Yes.
So
So of course he's not in any way losing or something.
But the bishop on c1, you have to. I would view that as a
problem.
Slight problem. So maybe even bishop d2 and knight c3.
Yes.
Possibility. Yeah, I used to think of moves like bishop to d2 as non-moves.
Yes.
It's like it's not significantly better on d2 than it is on c1. It's even in the way on the d file. But at some point you need to connect your rooks on the back rank so that they can get to good positions. But e3 is taken, f4 is taken, on g5 it's kicked. With h6 you have to go back. So this bishop, that's why I wanted to play b4. To give the b2 square. But then c5 comes with it kind of enhances the force of c5. So
looks like everything will be exchanged, and black will be fine.
Exactly. It becomes everything.
Yes.
To the right spot.
I think Lamy was surprised in the first place.
And he went for something that he felt was solid.
Yeah, I think he was surprised twice. He was surprised already here.
Okay, yeah.
The Queen's Indian. And now he was also surprised with this variation.
Okay.
And now he just bailed out, I think.
Okay.
Because normally he would...
Or there is something we don't understand, which has happened before.
It has happened, but if you look at the take and then play a3, how can this ever? This cannot be his preparation. I think he bailed out somehow. We have to ask him after the game. So I think he was surprised, and he tried to surprise back with queen b3. But
I do agree with you.
Yeah, because going short castle. I don't know. Should you?
Bishop e7.
You want to play bishop e7, or do you want to go c5?
c5, knight c3, and should we just take that?
Should take.
Yeah, but then...
Yeah.
Isn't white slightly better here?
Maybe, but not much. I don't like to take it. So you want to develop?
Yeah, exactly. I just want to play bishop e7.
Yeah.
On knight c3, it's a possibility that I will play long castle even if I'm ambitious, but without queens, because later on when you play moves like g5 and h5, it's a way if you want an unbalanced position where you can play for a win.
How you are going to attack?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, it's probably too much. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
d5 bishop f there. No,
Yeah.
Again, too much. I'm not sure about this.
We'll take a look at this again. Rapport.
Rook c1, last move we'd had.
Yes. We had this position. g4 was played. And it took.
And it took.
And they played knight e5. And now white can...
It feels like knight takes c4, then you must probably protect the pawn on g4. But if white takes on g4, will we play something like c3 then? Or is there something better?
So we can take 2 pawns. We have to choose. Or we can wait.
After knight takes c4, black position looks a bit weird. I feel you almost have to play h5 to keep that pawn, otherwise. And now we
have one good knight.
Yeah.
And you have an extra pawn.
And also a bit difficult for white to find pieces for squares for his pieces. Queen d4 with idea knight c5 maybe. And also so that bishop h6 can be met with rook e1.
Want to come here.
Yeah, and then to e4. So that knight is currently a bit what do you say? I'm looking for an English word, but I can't find. Sorry? Sidelined. Thank you.
So this is a very strange variation.
Yeah.
For me, it looks very strange to play like this with black, because I think white is so well developed. But I know that black.
But we have this saying about the knight on the rim on a4 that it's always dim.
Yes.
But I used to think about it more like
it's on its way somewhere.
Yeah, if it is on its way somewhere, then it's not so dim.
No.
Anyway.
But do you think we should take this pawn instead? Because this one will still be ours or not?
Yeah, it looks ugly to me. Black's position already.
Yes.
I agree. The problem with black has already pushed or taken 3 of his pawns from black's side of view to the 5th rank.
Yeah, he's on the other side of the
and that kind of play means that the opponent's knights will become stronger. And white has 2 knights here, and they are in the future. They are 2 very good knights, because c5, d6, f6. There are so many weak squares in black's position. So to me, it seems a bit speculative, actually, the way black is playing. But yeah, Black will have to try to exchange some pieces and pretty fast, because if white can keep the heavy artillery and start using these squares, then black is surely going to be in trouble. If these players weren't so strong, and I will I would probably have been much more critical and said, like, what is black doing here? But now I feel there's probably some kind of idea behind this seeming madness, and it must have to do with getting one or two of those knights off the board at this stage. Because suppose we could exchange the knight on d2 for the bishop on a6 for c8, for instance. So just mark those two. So, yeah, if we could that one for that one, and we get to play h5. In such a position, the e5 pawn is going to be long-term weak. That, yeah. Now you colored some very strange things. Yes.
No, this is the last move.
I see.
So this is not colored.
Yeah. So then that means that structurally you have some advantages to look forward to later, and that means that you also don't have to hold on to your material so desperately in the opening. And now you're like 2 pawns up. You could give back those 2 pawns and still be fine. But the moment we give up the g4 pawn, the one, yes, mark that one too.
So where do you want the king? Where is staying, or are you waiting, or what's...
you need to be very flexible with the king.
Yes.
The king is, you could say, in the sense that this is the position where the king should move last of all the pieces. That is because maybe it's going to be fine on king side, maybe on the queen side, maybe it shouldn't move at all. There's so many other things. The bishop on c8 is really awful here. So if we can exchange that bishop for one of 2 knights, that means that this weak square on d6 and the weak square on c5, those squares will be slightly less weak the moment we get to exchange one of the knights for that bishop. If black is not allowed to exchange that bishop, that is would be very unpleasant. So I'm thinking bishop takes g4, maybe bishop a6 just, but then bishop e2. No, this looks awful. This looks really awful. And I don't know why you can't take on c4, just c4.
So this is the position, and white is on the move also, but now he's thinking at least.
There is actually bishop takes g4.
Yep.
Bishop a6, bishop c2.
e2,
and, and now bishop b5.
You're going for a knight.
And we've had... That's a knight takes c4.
I can take, you cannot only take one.
I was thinking maybe I had something like knight f4 here. And yeah, maybe I do actually.
In this position, right now. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, this looks playable. The knight is still awkward on a4 and but I don't like spending time on taking the pawn on g4. I feel taking on c4 first is the more. But there are downsides to both things. The moment you take on c4, black can save the g4 pawn. Saving the g4 pawn means that e5 is stronger. So knight takes c4, h5. Perhaps we can even play f4 here. But queen, I liked queen d4. Because bishop h6 can now be met with rook c2 d1, and then there is no knight f4. We have time to protect against that with g3 later on. But maybe it's fine. Bishop h6, rook d1, bishop a6. No, not that one.
Why not? Why not that one? Looks...
Also, in this position, you could play knight d6 check and take on a6, and then later take on c6. Maybe.
I think this. I don't understand black's position at all. I would be very happy to be white.
Yeah, I'm the e5 pawn. long term if we can attack that and get an extra pawn on that side.
Sorry,
rook takes c4. But you don't really want to take on c6, do you? Because if we play, let's say, bishop g7 here, maybe.
Take this one maybe. Then can bishop.
But I also like h5. I just feel that the rook is, it's taking pawns, but I actually like it better than bishop takes g4 in a sense, because I agree with you, it would be nicer to take with the rook there. But I think, I think you should try to get the knights in as fast as possible here. So that is a point. That's a good point. Okay. So, but let's try. Yeah, let's try h5 anyway. Rook takes c6, bishop g7. Knight c5? Ah. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, well, I play bishop g7 anyway. Also, the rook is not very well placed on e4, but it's a possibility.
I think it looks strange, but maybe we will see. We know yesterday what Rapport did with his rook. So maybe he will do something in the same style.
But it's very sensible to take with the rook on c4 also. Try to get it, and like Thomas said, also you get some better control of the c5 square. But the only reason I don't want to play knight c4, knight takes c4, which is it should be your first candidate move.
Yes.
It's basically because after we protect the pawn on g4, then bishop a6 is perhaps a little annoying here. And it's really hard to get the a4 knight back because we don't have control of c5. So, yeah, this was my line, but I'm not sure about it anymore. So maybe even knight b6 here. Now then we can
take and take at least a couple of times. Should be.
Yeah, well, it's probably just even. Don't you think so?
Take.
No, it's not completely evening. No, this is good.
That will happen.
It's at least slightly better for white, yes. Okay, so bishop a6.
Thought I could play this maybe. You have to take.
And then take with pawn. No, take on d6.
Because I'm threatening the rook.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So
and it's completely winning.
Yeah.
Even better. So this is not possible.
Not possible.
And
it feels very active like this, and that doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do, but it's.
And he's still thinking. So there is a lot to think about, of course, because it's a very complicated position, of course. So what did we have? Ivanchuk against Erdogmus. B5 was played. Ivanchuk thought for a long time and castled. And now black is thinking, because this was not what he had expected. Okay, the first move you think about is, of course,
taking,
but maybe then.
And it's going to be quite difficult to get that pawn back after if you take on e5 now. So I'm not sure that is such a great move. Black is maybe threatening to play d5, so or take on d4 and then play d5. So, but if we take there, I like black there because.
Well, let me try.
Yeah, just take, and what do you want to do? Queen c3, bishop a6. Bishop a6 seems annoying to me.
Okay, I play a normal move.
Yep.
You take back. I play this.
And the knight on e2 here is really misplaced.
Yes,
because e5 is the weakest point, or could be a weak point in black's position, but you can't get there. So bishop a6 now. Rook fc1, right?
Yeah, or
maybe. But then we have rook d2.
Yeah, I thought also about this.
But now I play knight bd7, and then the knight comes to c5 or b6. Now black is better.
I need to take this one.
Yeah, but you can't. This is
in time, right?
Horrendous for white. Yeah.
Good eftermiddag. Okay. Okay, so we have to play rook c1.
And now rook d2 is ruins stuff for us.
But now e4 is falling. So yeah, we are not in time to take the pawn.
No.
Well, so.
I'm thinking maybe he would just play. I don't think he should take. So you should just play just knight a3.
Yeah, start.
But now taking on d4 and d5, if that works. No, it doesn't, because we can always take on c4. So just knight takes d4 here. Yeah. This is.
We can take. And if this one takes, we have.
Yeah.
This.
Now it's a catastrophe the other way. So black will try to attack the e pawn here somehow, trying to force white to play queen c2 or knight bc3. So take on c4, and we said, what did we say? Knight a3, this. Maybe rook e8, maybe take and then rook e8. One of those two.
Take first,
perhaps, but now we could take with a queen again.
Let's take with a knight, I guess.
I like taking with a queen even more now when I look at it, because we're getting things back here.
And if you get this pawn, then these are very weak.
And then queen e7.
And you have to go away.
I would like the rook rather to be on e1 than d1 here, but I thought about it too for a second. I just feel maybe queen e7 is black wants to do more than the rook wants to go to d1, because c1 is really the place where you want to have a rook now, so you can take the pawn back.
But he didn't take it. He played
what
knight.
Yeah.
He played knight bd7. And now?
Now he really wants to take and play knight b6 and force white to spend lots and lots of resources on trying to get that pawn back. On the other hand, now we could maybe just take on b5 and pretend to be slightly better here. But black is...
I could come here.
Rook c1. Maybe.
Do you think you can play this? Or a6?
Yeah, I think you can just play a6 now, exactly. And then the knight is awkward. Yeah, on bishop b7 now I want to play
So
c5.
Mm.
I'm not sure it's good, but it's
what you want, at least.
Yeah, it's probably not good.
Okay, let's do this. We develop.
Yeah. I'm not sure what kind of a future I imagined here for white. So no, rook c1 is it's out of tune with. Yeah, it's white needs to think about a way to. Black has a natural development, playing something like. Yeah, at this moment, trying to force white to take on b5, and the moment we take on b5, black just takes back and can play something like queen e7, knight b6, and we want to do something about the knight jumping c4, so we need to find a.
So you're talking about this and then knight b6.
Yes, especially if white plays d5.
Yeah.
And we get some kind of. These kind of pawn structures can arise in the King's Indian and some other openings, but then usually black sits on a dark squared bishop on the king's side, and white sits on a dark squared bishop on e3, and that combination favors white. So black has a better version of a class, very typical King's Indian structure there.
I always think of it like an old Indian with a bishop here.
No one ever thinks about old Indians anymore. That is the only problem with that.
Yeah, but I think this is a better version for black.
Yeah, I agree.
Because we don't have this black squared bishop. Okay, we have the Robson turn position. A lot of things have happened. We are playing quick.
Knight h5 was played. And probably giving up at d3 pawn was not
good enough.
Great,
no. So she played d4, or he played d4. She took on d4.
Yes.
Took with a knight.
Because e takes c, if after c takes d5, d5 is probably quite nice for black.
But maybe it's the same. If you take with a knight, maybe take and d5, yes. And I have played even more moves. Queen e2, take.
No, you take with queen, black is continuing with queen d5, probably. And if we take with a knight, we're going to take on d4. And the question is, do we... Yeah, there's nothing for... White is a pawn down now, and okay, the e6 pawn is slightly weak, but black has stability for his pieces with bishop b4, c6, something like that could put the king on h8. There's no way for white ever to be better there, so we need to take like that.
I agree, this will be played.
If we play rook e1 now, for instance, then bishop d4, b4 could be annoying. Rook b1. I like black.
Yes.
Well, I'm not like I think black is better, but I think black is doing quite well here.
To be black.
Also on time, it seems like a race one.
He was complaining yesterday, Robson, that he got the worst position in every game and had to defend in all games. And he has managed until now and made 4 draws from bad positions. So probably it will be the same today. Because I think this looks excellent for black. As in equalizing without problem.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. Queen g4.
Rook f5 or queen d5 again.
Queen d5. Yeah. I think maybe.
Now taking with the knight on e4. Yeah.
But what is the big deal?
That's a good point actually. So we go back. Let us have a look at it for a second. So e3 doesn't work. We are threatening to take on e6. e5, then we can give a check on e6 and take it. D5. Okay, the move I really want to play is to just take on d4. So let's just check that first. Take on e6 and king rook f7. Yeah. Take on e4. Rook a d8. Planning to continue with queen d5.
Yeah.
And I don't think... I mean, if we play rook d1 now, take king h2, and we just go back with rook, for instance, to d8. Maybe it's... It's hard to imagine a good place for the knight. If we could get it to a very good square, then I would... No, I don't think this is enough.
No, I don't see you're going to e6.
Exactly. White doesn't get to eat any pawns, but yeah, queen d4 looks sensible. And on queen d5, knight takes e4. If we play something like rook f5 now.
Well, if I just move my rook?
Yeah, but we're not threatening to take on d4 yet.
What's White's threat?
Yeah. I would like to play rook f5 because it's it stops the white from taking on e6, and now I threaten to take on d4.
Just play queen on a4.
And then queen e2.
And then rook d8.
Yeah, that's sensible.
Yeah, that's something like
sensible.
Weak. So we will see. Robson is thinking. I has played a move. Yes, he took with a queen. And queen d5 was immediately played. Also, obvious move.
Yeah, we could play queen g4 now, but then just queen f5. It's not...
I don't see White's play, or the plan, or the idea, or anything.
No, I feel that if the queens come off the board, then considering how bad White's pawn structure is on the queen side, I find it really hard to see how White is playing for a win, even if black loses the e6 pawn. But maybe I'm too...
I don't even see how I lose it.
No, but White needs to force black to take on e4 in some way, because we can't just hang around there forever. It would, but how to get there? Because rook e1, then we bishop b4, and it's becoming exchanged, and...
But if you put the knight on f3, why can I not put my bishop on f6?
And it
totally
will be controlled by the knight, yeah.
But maybe, I don't believe in White at all, but we will see. We take a look at the next game.
I find queen g4, as Thomas proposed, a bit more ambitious than queen takes e4, because then at least you can take with the knight on e4, and although that's not really a good square for the knight, at least it's not exchanged. And
I don't think White would look for an advantage.
No, it's dangerous to try to do that. I agree.
Bishop e7, as you said, was played. Rook e1, preparing e4.
So that after the point, if you play e4 now without rook e1, then black plays knight to f6, and there is no good way to defend the pawn. If you play knight fd2, then white's pieces are really awkward positions. So So rook e1,
c5,
e5,
should
yes.
be, and now e4,
e4.
and now I went to c7. I just do the played moves, knight c3, and
Knight
this
c7 is
a little bit strange. I agree.
It's a bit weird.
So now this is the position.
Didn't he like knight f6 and then d5? Was that the reason why he played like he did?
Trying to use this
That's
pin or
yeah,
what?
we have to take it. Yeah, we can take with a knight.
Could be dangerous.
Yeah, this moves like knight h4, for instance.
There is a pin. There is a pin.
Knight f5 is hanging in the air.
Yes. And also this is hanging in. A lot of arrows.
Yeah.
It's a good sign for white, I think.
Really filled the
board with arrows. Let's see. But he played this.
Yeah.
And now this was played.
Yeah, because now bishop f4 is going to come with threat, but yeah, and now short castle we can play d5.
Should we take? Immediate take?
Yeah, probably.
Take back, I guess.
Looking like the right thing to do. If we play short castle now, then bishop f4 is possible and annoying. So
yeah,
maybe,
because if we play this, then you have
a knight
this
f5 in between move.
Yeah.
Is it the whole world? Maybe
no,
it's not.
maybe not.
No. Yeah, but always not the whole world. It's annoying. Probably play something like bishop c5 here, and then follow up with knight e6 and jumping. It looks also fine for black.
Fine in the sense of equal.
Yeah.
Around.
Yeah.
So you should think you should take.
Yeah, short castle d5 to me looks like it's something white would like to happen.
Let's see, is this our variation? Yes, it is. Nice. So on this, you want to play this.
Yep. And after rook take and rook e8, we can take on e7 and play d6. And I don't think, how is that? d6, bishop takes f3. Yeah, this is
to take the rook.
Yeah, then just take on g2 and play rook e8. And I think black is doing fine there.
Yeah, I cannot defend it. So we have knight c3, the last move.
So it wasn't clear of the short castle d5.
No. So there is a choice. You can take maybe on d4. You can allow it.
d5, ed.
Thinking about this again.
So take, and we cannot take on d5 because if bishop on e7 is hanging, and bishop d6 is not a happy move because of knight e4, or even knight g5 with similar ideas.
The block is not working.
So rook e8 is the move you generally want to play in such a position, and then the question is, does white have a good move there?
If I play this.
Now it's hard to hold on to the.
Yeah, because now this is under a threat.
That was strong.
And if you
it's just
all my pieces are good.
Yep.
So maybe castle is also possible.
I'm not sure that the last line with d6 knight e6 though, but so white could just play knight e4 there. It's probably still perhaps slightly better for white.
So do you want to take?
I think this position is slightly better for white.
because of this one.
Yeah, I mean, if we get to... If white just gets to stop black from entering the d3 square with a knight.
So I go there just to try.
Yeah.
I want to come.
So... Yeah, this is not easy. This is really not easy. Yeah, this looks fine. Yeah, it's all about the d3 square here. So let's just play some slow moves to show. So if take knight takes, if we play short castle now, for instance.
Instead, yeah.
Yeah, and white plays bishop e3, and let's play just bishop rook f8, rook d8, sorry.
Yeah.
And white plays rook a d1. This position is slightly better for white because now we will be able to play f3, which just stops, it makes the bishop on b7 slightly passive. We have a bit more space and we can play bishop f1, and the knight on c7 is really awkwardly placed. It has nowhere to go. So that kind of position is actually significantly better for white, which means that black has to play something active to not end up in that position. But knight c5 there immediately, I think, could solve that problem. Because, for instance, rook d1 now, then even just rook d8, threatening to take on d4 and play knight b3. It's actually hard to defend against. We could even play it in the long castle way. We could play long castle with rook d8. Both things are annoying for white. White needs to have... We're also threatening to play stuff like bishop f6 and yeah, I think black is doing all right here. Time is favoring white.
Take.
Bishop f4.
Yeah, why not?
That's a good idea.
Okay, I defend.
Yeah, Thomas is on the alert, and now rook a d1. Excellent. Yeah, this is... Yeah, but now white got the position that I was talking about, so now it's immediately better for white. So yes.
So we should do it in a better way for black.
Yeah.
I just want to take. What did we play? Knight c5 last time. Can we prepare somehow? Bishop c5. I'm not sure if I play this.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess.
Yeah, we could play that idea to just continue with b4.
Because I don't understand if this is...
Knight b5 here looks...
Thought maybe it looks like... Maybe it's nothing. I'm not sure. Because if I can play this...
This looks good. Agree. Yeah. Here, so solved all the problems immediately. Yeah. So...
let's say...
we also have knight b5 immediately. We have knight b3.
There's a lot of moves, of course.
Yeah. Knight b3, then if black just goes back, does white have a better move than going back also?
Actually, I was planning to play this. To get some TePe.
Bishop f4, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But maybe my king is not too good.
No.
in the center of the
I
knight.
take on c5 now.
Aha, okay, I cannot take. Maybe I can. No, I cannot. It's a. So maybe it was too much. Bishop e. So what did we say? Bishop c5, knight b3.
I don't like bishop c5. If
it works, it works.
If it works, it works.
Yeah.
But
this is no.
Even rook d1 there, because you might want, and we idea to just continue with b4. Then black has to play some long castle in order to not end up on the wrong foot.
No move played.
The knight on c7 is weird.
Yes, agree.
Maybe it's good because maybe it's an important knight in a sense, because it stops the knight on c3 from coming to b5. That it was one advantage of having the knight there.
But then it's very passive if you want it to just stop and move. What did he do, Rapport? He took on g4. And nothing has happened.
No. Taking on g4, it's very sensible. It's just saying that, you know, long term, when this pawn is gone, the e5 pawn is stronger. Black's king side. Now bishop h5 is something that's very annoying for black. Knight a4 at the moment. I feel that.
Yeah, we take a look at Ivanchuk instead, because because he played knight a3. Yes. And queen b6 was played as an answer, and nothing has happened. But black has taken a lot of time for his last moves.
Yeah. And what move are we on?
We are on move 10.
Yeah.
So they have.
He has a very sensible position, and okay, he's spent half of his time, but for me, this would be completely normal in this position.
Yeah, but until here,
yeah,
I would say it was prepared.
Yeah.
Or maybe even until here.
So he spent 15 minutes on each and one of the last three moves.
Yes.
Yeah.
But why not?
Yeah.
Maybe it's important.
Yeah, queen b6 is the first move. But okay, I thought knight a3, it's not really part of white's script.
No.
So it's a kind of a concession. You're trying to solve a problem, but you're also paying a price of some kind for that. And then black, instead of playing a6, which would have been part of a normal, he probably thought that now later on he can't play queen e7 because queen a5 is going to be annoying. So he decided to play a more active move. Yeah. But this also means that the c5 idea sometimes is stronger now than it was before.
So in that case, you should play a rook move to the c file, maybe.
What about bishop a6 then?
Maybe I took the wrong rook.
Yeah, maybe bishop a6 you can take on b5, and if I take with a c pawn, then queen b4. That's actually good for white. So
let me try a move, just to try something. Yeah. We play this.
So the move we really want to play as black is a5. So the question, I think, is can we?
Yeah, so if you play this, do we flick in this then? And
that looks really nice.
Yeah, something like this and this. Yeah, it's collapsing. But if you play you want to play a5,
and then bishop a6, it's going to be very harmonious for black.
Okay, I'd give this a try.
Yep, we take it.
Take back. And I want to pin you.
Yeah, I see that. So,
but maybe it's nothing.
Is, yeah. The knight on a3 is not.
It's not brilliant.
Ideal here, exactly.
But at least
exactly. So,
could you say it's developed? Maybe not.
Yeah, it is. It's also coming to e3. So, and that is a good square. So, I don't know, queen c7 or queen a7 here. Maybe queen a7 to. Oh, sorry. We take on c5, of course.
Okay, I tried.
Knight fd7.
I wanted to play. So how do I use this pin? I do because there is a pawn behind it, but I cannot use it. Maybe.
Bishop h3 is very. Can I just play queen a6 here? Then rook fd1.
What do you? Sorry, what do you want?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And then we can take on g7. It's a little awkward.
Not clear at all.
No.
It's strange. So what has he played anything? No. Queen b6, last move. Rook c1 is one move you can think about, of course.
We could also go with the other rook. Rook fc1, then we're not worried about bishop a6 as much anymore.
No. But I'm more worried about this rook then. Let's try it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Just to see what's going on.
Yeah. White would like this position to be of such a. Basically, White is saying Black doesn't want to play b4. Black doesn't want to take on d4. Black doesn't want to play c5. It's White's in an ideal situation, White is able to stop Black from doing all those things that Black would like to do. And I think one of the reasons why I like to play a5 here is that if you can do that and then play bishop a6, then actually b4 and these things become a possibility because of the c4 pawn. And it's very harmonious for Black.
Can I? Is this a move ever? Is this a threat now, for example?
Good question.
So
if we play a5 now, what happens then?
Yeah, I wanted to play this.
And I take on c5.
Yeah, which pawn do I take?
Because if you take with a d pawn,
then I'm very weak.
And it might still be okay.
Yeah.
Queen moves and knight c2.
And I can. I'm not sure. So maybe
I find it hard to believe.
Yes. But one point should be if you take, then of course the knight is entering.
Yep.
But I'm not sure that this is a threat. That's the problem.
No.
So I like it. I like a rook move more.
But it's very concrete. It has a clear idea. If you get to play c5 and then go with knight c2, then Black's bishop on c8
can be very bad.
At least a little bit.
Okay, we have Ray Robson against Tan.
He follows.
We have this. He went back with the queen.
Thomas' plan.
And I like bishop f6.
Knight f3.
And she just took.
Yeah.
Okay, this will.
This will probably end in a draw.
Yeah. Yes.
Queen b4, maybe even.
Yes. Yeah. Do we think it will be ending the draw?
Yes. Yeah, unless there's something very, very...
What was the... Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
What was the last move in the game? It was queen b3. So this is the position. And if I defend, then you start to threaten my queen.
What about rook a6? And rook d1. Yeah. And then we could play queen b4.
What do you want to play? This?
Yeah, in order to, after queen takes b7, play rook f6. I'm not sure, though, that after rook d1 that it was such a great idea anyway. Probably not. I can take an a4. No, this was wrong. It was the wrong thing to do. Oh, sorry, it wasn't the wrong thing to do. We could play rook b6 and then take on b2 in that line.
So what do you want to play this?
Yep.
And if you take immediately?
Yes.
I have to take?
Yeah, take on b2, and now rook d1. I'm going to play rook f takes on.
Are you going to be very tricky?
Yeah.
Suddenly.
And now if you take on d4, we have a checkmate.
This is the way to finish a game.
Mm-hmm.
But it will probably not happen.
No.
Sorry?
Sorry, rook 8. So
as this line we just looked at was not a serious line.
So no, but I still, well, I just want to see what it said. So you can just you have the
I know.
You just arrow them.
In what?
Yeah. And queen d8. Yeah, it's a good move.
Sorry, what move?
Queen d8. And what about if we play king h7 here?
We go back.
It's probably even winning for black.
Yes.
But you could play queen c8 check instead, I think, and then...
So queen b3, this is the last move, and we predict a draw. But now...
But we also predict a few more moves.
Yes, because we have to play 40.
Yeah.
We cannot offer a draw before move 40.
Yeah.
It's not allowed. But I think we take a short break, and we will be back in about 10 minutes, maybe 15.
Excellent.
So we are back and we are following the 5th round of the TePe Sigeman chess tournament in Malmö, and we jump right into the game.
Yep.
We start with maybe not the most exciting is this game between Ray Robson and Sungi Tan. We had this position, rook f6, rook d1, king b6, take, take, rook d7. If anyone is better, it's black, but nobody is better. We predicted draw.
Yeah, we predicted draw.
Yes, I agree.
And because if we play c6 now, then rook e1, take on b2, rook e7, take on b7.
Rook g8.
Yeah, we have to play rook g8, take. And
yes. We will wait and see if anything is happening.
Right. So, and for this reason, I think at this point, black should just take on b2 and play b5.
Yeah, this. Should we take?
Rook b7.
I want to
b4 and then rook e1. That is a bit risky because now we play rook a2 and no, we shouldn't do it. That's unhealthy. Let's keep it healthy. Take there and rook e1, and it's going to be a draw eventually. Rook g5.
Yes. Yes. There is some more moves will be played, and it's not a draw yet, but normally it will end a draw, I think. Okay, we have Rapport. He's playing against Sindarov, and we left
rook g8. This is the position where I thought he would play bishop b5 after bishop b2. We had to look at this.
Yes, and then back and rook. He played rook g8.
But he can play bishop takes b. You can play bishop b5 after bishop takes c4. But so I like this.
Should we take? You want to?
Yeah, that is my whole idea. But now we can even take on b5 and play knight c5. This doesn't work.
But is there some sort of
the knight f4 stuff here?
Yeah, there is attacks maybe somehow because suddenly there is some. So this is very unclear. Everything. So who is attacking?
I think we probably need to play bishop c4 anyway.
Yeah.
Bishop b5 is slightly annoying. It is slightly annoying. We take knight c5, take a knight f4, or just knight f4 immediately. Knight e4 now we can play maybe knight d to e4.
Now?
Yeah.
I am
just move a king.
Yeah, but
queen h4, knight f6 check and mate on b7.
But maybe I could.
Oh, you can take on c5 first, maybe. But when I have knight f6 check before. Oh, you're thinking of taking on
yes,
too.
Yeah. But maybe it's king g1. But I see some.
Bishop takes c5 is.
Yeah.
Maybe. And now I can't take back with rook because then we are too late. So I need to exchange queens, and then black is doing well. Yeah.
Maybe there is a lot of. So, but let's see, is this the last move? Rook g8.
Yeah, maybe we should just play g3.
Safeguarding. So maybe this. We come back. We take a quick look at Ivanchuk against Erdogmus. b4 was played. Black responded a5.
Took on b5.
Yes.
Then he played thinking that.
Because he wants to attack this one. And we couldn't go without a rook, but we wanted to have this one defended. guess. Also, this move is now in. So, do we have pressure for real?
It seems like pressure to me. So take on b4. I'm guessing we will take with the queen. So just let's have a look at this. And this looks annoying. I don't see a single reason why this shouldn't be better for.
Let's say we play.
Even
take.
Yeah, let's take it.
I wanted to try to see if this is possible to play like this.
Knight c3.
Yeah, because a4 I can just take, I think. But maybe this, just defend. But no, maybe.
Queen takes.
It works or not. Take.
Why I can just stick back with the knight on b5.
Yeah, but then I thought maybe this one would be hanging in the end.
Yeah, but when knight f5 and check.
Yeah, there is also moves.
Yeah.
Suddenly there is something. So maybe not like this. How something has been played. He played bishop b7, hitting this one. So what if we take?
No.
Why not?
Queen takes. Now e4 is going to fold.
And so is d6.
Yeah, but bishop takes e4 here. You have to take on d6 first.
But then this one is hanging.
Oh, okay. Then this is a simple line to equality.
Maybe
because this pawn on the a file is not very well supported by.
No, it's blocked. So.
It's blocked. Yeah. So I yeah.
But I'm rather white than black. But
I'm not sure I would be, but just.
And we don't want to play d5. That's the problem. Because we let this square and we open the diagonal for the queen.
Knight g4, for instance.
Yes, so we don't want to play this. So how do we protect?
Knight c3 doesn't work. Because I've taken b4, losing material.
So what do we take? Take
f3.
Yeah, but
yeah. No, it's hard to believe. Okay, new idea. Take an a5, like you said.
Yep, and then
take again and take with the rook.
Yes, I was thinking exactly the same. So we play this.
Yeah, now the a pawn is.
Yeah, and you have not yet. You have not won the pawn. Can I identify this? Okay. So I don't know what black should do. If it takes, there will be a pawn down. For example, take on d6.
And then after bishop f3, we're probably not better though.
No, because maybe the bishop is too strong.
But I think that there were better things there, maybe. Maybe we are better because king f1 and then just walk the a pawn. And this is kind of position that you need to have some time to evaluate every single position, but I feel when you're commenting, you're kind of always looking for very clear positions, and every time it's like, oh, this is a bit vague. You just move on.
You look at forced lines.
Yeah,
I think
this is far from forced. It could be good for someone.
Okay, Lamy against Grandelius, knight c3.
A bit worried about what's going on here.
He took on d4, but he didn't play knight c5. He played knight e5 with the same idea. He wants to come here. He was hit by bishop f4.
Yeah.
Had to defend with the bishop.
Now knight d5. I don't... What? Why
Rook
not
c1.
Why not knight d5?
Knight d5, trying to use this. Okay, we have to check what's happened if we take.
We have to take it. There's no other.
Yeah. And you want to take?
Yes, I want to take. It must almost be long castle. I can't. Otherwise,
he has
we
to
take.
And we take.
And rook takes. Bishop takes. Knight to c6. I feel this is very.
I have to take it.
And if you take it, then
I don't want to play it.
No, exactly.
Can I do something else? Can I do F? You just come here. If I take with a knight.
Yeah, and then I play knight f5.
With the same idea.
That's winning a pawn at least.
Yeah, and you're also hitting this one.
Maybe his move is that he chose in the game is even better, but this looks
scary. At least. Yeah. But Lamy played rook ac1.
So what is the point here after short castle, for instance? He's going to play knight d5 then? But now knight takes d5, he takes knight d3. This is not...
This is not the way.
Not working.
So we play rook c1 and Nils is... This is not the game, I guess.
He has not played anything.
No,
yet.
This is the position and black to play. And now 95 is for sure a threat, but black is to move.
Yes, true. That's also g5.
Yeah, maybe g5, but
then 95. 95. He takes d5. Bishop takes. This is not good. Bishop takes e5.
This.
No, but that didn't work.
Because I can stake.
Yeah. This is just
not
good. So sorry. What did I see there? I thought I saw something.
Take.
Yeah, this is just not. So g5.
But he castled.
He did castle.
Yes.
I thought knight d5 was so obvious. Was there a reason that we didn't see that not being good? Is it knight takes d5 followed by knight d3?
Take.
That could be it.
Yes, hitting and hitting and hitting.
Just didn't work.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
So rook c1 was played.
Yeah.
And short castle was played.
Oh, now we're.
So now we are. At least the king is safe.
Now G5 is on the menu. Rook C8.
Yeah, all kind of rook moves will come.
Yeah, yes.
Black is...
Seem to have... Knight D3 is truly annoying now. And bishop F1, then rook D8 will threaten to take on D4, so... Ugh.
This one will be weak.
Yeah.
So, if not for this knight, then black would be for sure okay.
Yeah.
But this one is still no good. Rook G8 from Sindarov. Bishop takes C4. Black took with a rook. Queen G5. The biggest threat still in the game.
He's just going to play long castle on next move, or what is it?
He just wanted to take the pawn.
Wow.
He likes this extra pawn. Okay, it's good because now we cannot reach this square.
I would not want to take that pawn.
Maybe you should.
Maybe I should take those pawns.
Yes.
But come on. So on rook E1, it's going to play Queen F5.
Because this pawn is always hanging on C6.
So Queen F5, I can play Knight F3 with idea to play Knight D4 next with more temples coming black's way. I also have Rook E5, Rook takes C6. I thought Bishop B5 was...
You wanted to play Bishop B5 in this position.
Yeah, because the moment you allow white to get the C4 square for the knight or get the knight on A4 out, I see no reason for yeah, but
there is
also
wants to take the pawn.
Yeah.
And the knight is still
and
on
I
D5.
never want to take the pawn. I know.
You want to sacrifice it.
It's my
always.
Yeah, I do. I shouldn't, maybe.
Sometimes you should take it.
So many candidate moves here, because I'm thinking, for instance, rook E1. Then if the queen goes to D6, we get knight E4 with tempo. It might not still be all the world.
No, but still.
Maybe we should just take on C6.
Yeah, and take this one.
King D7, then Queen C2. Yeah. It's not working.
Queen D5.
I just play Knight F3.
Yes, it's only a move, nothing.
But so one thing that is good for black here is that if black can force the exchange of queens here, then black is doing fine. Just
with the bishop.
The knight on A4 is still awkward. So, for instance, if I take on C6, we say knight F4, knight F3, and then Queen D5. Perhaps black has just solved his problems here. And I should say that it's a big perhaps, but I would like to do something to put more immediate pressure on. So candidate moves or knight F3, rook E1, taking on C6, of course.
Yeah. Rook E1 is the most.
E1 looks
it's very
really
natural.
Yeah.
Yes. We tried.
Queen D6.
You want to go here?
I think, yeah.
I want to take a tempo.
Now we should probably go to C7 maybe. And then we can play Queen C1 or C2. That is.
So why did you want to provoke knight e4? Because you could play.
Because I think the knight might actually be slightly misplaced on e4. I want to play queen d6 to force the knight to go to e4 and then claim that, okay, so you went there, but now you're not going anywhere else. But there's so many. I mean, if we play knight e4, here, and if black plays queen c7, we can play queen h5, and we're almost threatening. Sorry, what if we take on d5 with a queen? Queen takes d5. Well, you have to take with a c pawn, otherwise it's checkmate.
You want double check.
Yeah, and then a mate. So we take with c pawn, and we take on c7, and then you take on e4, and black is doing fine.
Probably.
Yeah, most certainly. There's no entry points.
And the knight is still out of play.
Yeah, and black can continue with rook g5 here.
So we need
it looks
another
fine. Could be fine.
Yeah. Sorry? Queen f3.
Why?
But now we cannot. Sorry? We cannot play rook e1 anymore, I think.
Could even play queen f6 here. Rook c8. The queen f3, it's... I would not have it as the candidate move unless I found something in the lines that are more active, and I suddenly realized that it should be there. But it's very slow. And because if we play rook e1, the queen might be on, it could be on c1, c2, f3, e2, h5. And if you play queen f3 when you still have an option of playing moves like rook e1 and knight f3, I would say that almost certain is the wrong move, because it gives away flexibility instead of placing a piece on a more active square. And the rook on f1 was all clearly passive. It might be on c1, but it's basically the only other square where the rook could be better placed at this stage. And of course, I'm just reasoning. I'm not calculating now, but that is the basis for doing the candidate moves. And sometimes when you've done the candidate moves, you come to the conclusion that they're not good enough. Then you look at queen f3. But it should not be among your 5 top moves.
No. So what do we have? We have Ivanchuk.
Yeah.
This was our line. We had this position. He took on a5.
Yeah.
Queen took on a5.
Rook
took with rook.
Yes.
And this is the position now. So, yeah, of course, he's threatening. So now he's a pawn up. And for the first time, we see Erdogmus pressured also on the clock. Because I have only played 16 moves. So there is a lot of moves to play. And Ivanchuk, for once, has the better time.
Yeah, now if we take on a3, take on b7 and play the other rook to a8 after rook b2, it seems to just, everything is just hanging together for, yeah, rook a4 here maybe. Oh, we need to do something on the king side first. Sorry, we need to...
we need to have luft.
Some luft, yeah, I think. Otherwise, rook 3 to a4 is also a possibility, trying to force black to... but we're not even threatening to take on d4. That's annoying.
Yeah, because of this. But you still think that black should somehow manage to...
This position could still be almost equal, but...
Yes. But black has to...
no, it is definitely clear that black is suffering a bit.
He's under pressure at
So I like your idea to taking on b5 and take with a knight on e4, but tactically it needs to work. Yeah, I might not be in a hurry to take that one.
Want to rush the pawn?
Yeah, a4. Not sure black has anything better than yeah, maybe you can play f5 here, just freeing the bishop of the defense. No, sorry, no. You take on e4 and take d6.
Maybe a rook.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. White has some pressure.
Yes,
for sure.
And what about the rook ending? Is there anything happening? Rook d7, took, rook f8,
yeah,
f4, rook e8.
Oh, do we have some? No.
King h2, rook g1. It's a little bit passive.
We forgot about that, but it's only black that can claim to be better here.
Yeah.
Maybe black is better. b5 now. Take. We're threatening mate in one.
Yeah, we play this. Now you have to be very observant, or else.
But we can play rook a1 now.
It was a g4.
Or g4, yeah.
Trying to.
Yeah, but rook a. Yeah.
I would like to escape.
I like rook a1. And because then you can start climbing the king.
Is this still a little bit better for black, but
something like that?
Yeah, but it's very difficult to see that black should win. But maybe.
But it is a bit better for black.
Yeah,
it is for sure.
And I have to go here. With the draw.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Let's see, Niels. What happened? We had this position. Castle. Knight c e2. Threatening the knight.
Yep.
You would like to play rook c8.
I would like to play the other rook to c8.
Yeah, maybe this one too.
To be able to play knight e8 possibly.
Yeah. What else? This is no use because this one.
I mean, now knight e3, so this doesn't work.
Ah, okay, sorry, we have it. So why don't I play this?
So why don't you play that?
Because
maybe we just take on e5 now and play f4. And white is better. I think.
I have to take.
Rook e3.
And then
okay, no, not better. I regret.
We have some.
Okay, but go back.
Yeah, you don't.
I was a bit fast there. So
yes.
What about playing b4 here? Just stopping the shenanigans. So then f4 is coming in next, and on rook d8 we can just play rook d1. So here black is not better than knight on a6.
No, this is horrible knight.
Yes.
I don't like it.
And having the bishop pair doesn't quite make up for it here, I think.
So on this move, we should do something else, and this was sensible.
My suggestion.
Yep.
A rook c3, then g5. If black is allowed to play g5, g4 at some point, then we're going to be very happy. Very, very happy. But also knight e8.
Yeah, this. Let's start to exchange some rooks.
Yep.
Looks safe.
It does.
Safe enough.
Yep.
Okay. Erdogmus. Play rook
Still.
a7.
Hmm.
Didn't take. So now it's a pawn down.
But bishop a6 is on the menu.
Yeah.
So knight c4, then bishop a6, rook a5, take on c4, take on a7, take on e2. Is probably... it's not better for white.
Now we have to see if there is something else, because there is no threat to the knight. We don't, but this one is under a threat.
Bishop c6 is... We could also play knight c4 and then bishop a6 just play rook b4.
Yeah.
But now rook c8. We take on d6. And rook c7 instead. Oh, this is bad. But take on instead rook c7 here.
We have some problems with the knights.
That cannot be solved.
No.
No.
So rook a7. What do we do? What if I we'll take this one?
e4 is still hanging. Knight c4, bishop a6, knight takes d6.
You probably take the rook. And where do we put? Where do we put it? So do we have 2 pawns?
But I think white is playing for a draw here because the a4 pawn in this kind of position is more weak than strong.
It's not queening at least. This pawn should be something.
Yeah, exactly. And
we are not happy. So what do we do after rook a7?
d5.
I can take if I want.
That's actually,
and also maybe
that's nice. Yeah. No, d5 was so
you don't want
terribly. It was not a move I wanted to do.
No, but
and if we take on e5,
just take back. I think
we could also consider taking with the knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, black is just too well.
They are these knights. They are not on the right squares. So how do we? Yeah, maybe it's nothing for white. Quite. Rook a7 was smart.
Yeah.
Do we want to play f3? But still, you can maybe just take still, and then.
Yeah. Good move. Okay, 7. Sensible.
In the Robson game, they are heading for the rook ending quickly. Had this. Rook g1, rook c2 played. Took, rook b1, c4, take, rook a7. And this is, I dare to say, it's a draw.
It should be a draw. With a rook in front of a pawn.
Yes. Okay, we take a look at L'ami Grandelius. He actually played rook a6.
Knight a6, yeah.
Right, knight a6, and he took.
Are you sure, or is it your line?
I think I checked that this was it's played, and he took on e5, and he took back. What did we say? b4 or f? That b4.
I feel you need to play b4 to control, to dominate the knight. And we have moves like
so we have this very bad knight.
rook c8.
Yeah, this one again, and we plant this again, maybe.
Well, this time I play f4.
Yeah. Should I win some time? Taking this.
You have to take now, play something like e5, because if I get to play e5 here with white, then it's just awful. This is awful for black anyway. Something went very wrong here. We're losing pawns. The only downside to white's position is if there was still a dark square bishop on the board, and a3 could be weak, but since it's been exchanged...
But I cannot, I have no square.
Exactly.
That's good. So maybe we have to do something.
Yeah, there was probably something wrong with the line that I suggested, because this feels... Rook FD, we have rook that one instead, and then we have to play rook ed, yes. And we could play rook c8.
Threatening to take.
So we need to take on c8. We have to take with rook because bishop takes, and knight c6. No, sorry. No, sorry, we could take with a bishop, but then f4.
But let's say I take with this. Come here again.
I think we should take with a to keep the bind there on d1. So we have to take with a bishop, f4. Maybe we can hold a draw here with black, but I think white is significantly better.
Okay, take.
Rook takes.
I have to take. Go here. And
e5 and
yeah, it's very passive. But is it winning or not?
Yeah, it's very close to being bad for black. Perhaps it can be held somehow. This is...
I agree. 6.
Yeah. Now just move up the king. This is very awkward.
We have to fight hard if we want to save this. I want to play this, of course. Maybe not. So we have some problems. And b4 was, of course, played. And now, Niels, it's up to you.
What was wrong with rook c8? I know we shouldn't go back, but...
Which rook? Instead of what?
Instead of knight a6, I just felt knight a6 looks so awful.
You want to play this?
Yeah.
Yes. I guess there is a reason.
Yeah.
But I agree. It would be much better to have the knight on e8 than on a6.
I don't understand.
We have to ask him.
Yeah.
After the game, we will ask him, and he will give a very clear-cut answer, I think.
Yeah.
Rapport, Sindarov, queen e5. Now we have to check again that this is not...
Yes, rook e1.
Rook e1 was played.
And I think queen d6 was better. I mean, because knight f3 now is very... Ugh.
Now there is Rook e5, knight e4.
Rook takes c6, knight e4 especially is could be powerful. And to take on c6 with idea to take on d4 and then start sacrificing on e6. Black has 0 threats on the king side. This g3 pawn you need to like h5, h4, take on g3, and then bishop d6, and there's almost still no threat. So black doesn't have a real counterattack here. And playing knight f4 check. Oh, sorry, knight f4 doesn't work now. Well, it does work now. But it's like one revenge check on h3, play king g2, and you go back. We check, we play king h1, and yeah, nothing is happening there really.
And black is also down on time. 18 minutes left.
Yes,
18 more moves to make.
Yeah, rook d8 maybe. Yeah.
If I jump here, for example, then maybe I can pin my knight.
I'm thinking queen h3.
Now where is the threat?
No, and now, yeah. Okay. That wasn't too good.
I'm at least hitting the rook.
Yeah.
Maybe we can move it.
And we can play knight queen f3 on the next move, which is just keeps everything.
Knight f3 was played.
Yeah.
Do we have this position in the game?
There is also long castle, although it looks a bit fishy, but knight d4 again.
You want to take it with a knight?
I do.
This must be at least a little bit changed. Knight f3. I think black is under some severe pressure. Very difficult to defend. Ivanchuk. Is he still thinking? Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
And Robson, we have this. What has happened? How did he get a passed pawn? They're playing very quick because they want to reach move 40, I guess. We had this g5, f5, g8, g6. I have to play king g7, and then I give a check and go back, for example. This, yeah, they will reach move 40, I think. And what about Nils? After b4, still thinking.
No, rook fd8 and rook ed1.
Ah, sorry.
Like
yeah.
So this has been played.
Yeah. And what we played rook ac8.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about that move, but knight b5 would.
At least it's threatening a pawn.
Yeah, but now we can, for instance, take on d1, and we can even now take on b4, don't we? Bishop a6. Or am I? No, knight ed4 works, or does it? Rook d8.
Okay. I end up in a new pin.
Yeah.
Very unlucky. There is a new pin, but what is the threat? Is to just take.
F4. Sorry, that's just
doesn't work.
It does not work.
Shouldn't work.
Does not work at all.
No.
But I don't believe in knight b5. I think you should be able to take on d1 and then maybe just knight c7 or something like that.
Take
after knight b5.
Okay.
Take on d1, knight c7.
I want to try.
There is the f4 move.
Yes, I can start maybe first.
Now then I take on b5. So
I have to play this and then f. The problem is you are still a back ranked mate.
Exactly.
And I will enter with a rook sometimes. Not sure what's going on. But I don't have to play rook ac8.
No.
It's not forced at all. f4 is a move that is probably coming.
But it is, it's black first to play. Is there anything you can play but rook 8? Going back to c7 now seems a bit.
I thought about king f8.
f4.
Yeah, and then f4, then I have to start taking again. And I'm worse. No, but
you're much worse. Seriously, much worse.
But maybe it is much worse. Can I? Is it better to try to double? No, I try this again. I think this is the correct move.
And we need to take on c8, I think. And I think bishop takes is the right thing to do. And now rook c1 could be annoying.
Yeah, again, this back rank mate things.
But also just f4. Both things clearly lead to a white advantage. But the question is how much.
I try this again. I'll take with a rook.
Yeah, okay. So
because you have this rook c1, I was f4. This is no good. I have to take. I have to win this. Should I pin?
Yeah, maybe you should. Sorry?
Yeah, maybe we can take with a rook. It's possible to take with a rook.
Yeah. But
I thought king f8 was possible. Rook d7, rook c7.
I feel it was right thing to go with to take with the knight.
Let's see again. Take
because c6 and b5 are the two most weak squares. So,
but I pin.
The question is whether to play e5 now or. Yeah, this is actually
because my knight is coming back.
The pin is annoying. So maybe we have to take that information and follow Thomas.
So how
suggestion rook takes d4 anyway out of.
So we have this variation. This take on c8. I want to take with a rook. f4. I want to take with a rook. I want to play this because I don't want to be mated on my back rank.
And rook d2 is one possibility.
d7, d2.
d7, then just rook c7.
Yes. Thought it was nothing.
So I thought rook d2, just preparing to walk the king upwards. Yeah, this is not much. Yeah.
I'm not lost.
No,
it's black.
No, I think still then just taking with the knight on d4 and after rook d8 play king f1 and king f2, sorry. f6 maybe here.
I want I want to play f6 and e5. What if I play this?
Then I wanted to play king e1. Yeah, and this holds together. I agree. Because now I didn't get to play e5. And that is case of being annoying.
But he's thinking.
I have another suggestion there. We can have a look at something else maybe.
We take a look at Rapport. What did he play? He played
Bishop g7.
Bishop g7, trying to control the knight.
Sensible.
Yeah.
Maybe
now
take on c6
yeah.
and rook d8 maybe.
Can always put a king on f8. This I would like to...
Is this more sensible than I thought? But Bishop g7. I did not see that. It's very, very efficient in a sense.
So should we take, or should we try to bring the knight in the game?
You have the knight c5, rook d8.
Yeah, again.
Or even long, no, not long also, but I'm not sure we gained anything. Plus now b2 is hanging.
I want to come here, but I want to have this pawn on c6, of course. We tried this.
Yeah.
Rook d8.
Rook d8.
I say we have to move the queen.
I think so too.
So let's say this. Sorry? Sorry? Knight.
Instead of queen d1?
Which move do you want?
c5.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to come here.
So okay.
But he will move his king. So.
But it is very interesting. I agree. Yeah, unless if there is nothing tactical, then
so that should be a knight move in that case.
Knight e7, then rook d6.
But
yeah, but it's mate on the back rank. So
let's say this.
Can't take on f3 because of queen d7, queen d8.
Yes. I think you have to check it more thoroughly, maybe.
And then knight e3, then we can just play queen a4.
So if I go here.
Yeah, then again queen d6, rook d6. King g2. Yeah. It's a nightmare to comment on this position. Almost for certain, this is where one person that is focused is much better than to do
Yes.
Yeah.
Now there is no rook d6 because the queen is hanging.
Yeah.
And the queen must defend this one.
Yeah. So what about knight takes e6 here?
Now you are inspired. Now you're,
then take on
double,
e5 and take on
double check.
Yeah. So that wins.
Maybe I can take it.
Yeah, then I will take it with the c rook.
Yes.
And then play queen b3. Yeah, I can take on c3 even, yeah.
I just want to take...
Oh, sorry, there is even better moves here. I could give a check on e7 first. Before doing this, because then you can't go to g6 because of knight h4 check. So
I want to give this check.
yeah, I could give this one. That is...
Because now I have this.
Which means you have to go to f6, and then I think
this
my line is even better.
Yeah, this is not the right square. Okay, this, but
yeah.
Okay, we will see. So this was actually played. No, or not? I have so many moves. Knight c5.
Knight c5 immediately. Yeah, there is sometimes the option to play on rook d8 to play knight b7. Rook d7 and then rook takes c6 just.
But you were talking about long castle. Is it possible now? Because there is no rook takes
Then queen a4 is
dangerous.
It's more than dangerous.
Yes.
That should be GG.
So what do we do after knight c5?
Yeah, I think so. I think rook d8 would be good, unless knight b7 is perhaps a killer here. Rook d7, rook takes c6, but we can play maybe king e7 here just. And then we play knight c5 again. Haha. Yeah.
Because if I take, you just want to pick up.
I like material now.
Yes. Yes, take this.
Good enough for me.
Yeah.
And black will have some compensation there after taking b2, so it wasn't...
not clear.
No. Not 100%. Maybe it's a lot of compensation even.
It's very tricky. I would love to have more than 8 minutes in a position like this, if I were black. We have to see what Ivanchuk did. He played
knight c2.
Knight c2, had to move it. He took an e4, exchange, and a4, pushing a pawn. Rook c8.
This kind of position, I prefer to be black. And maybe I shouldn't.
Where should I go? b4, e3? I want to reach d5.
But probably, and no, e3 must be better. It stops f5, it's going to d5, c4 is also an option. From b4 it's just striving for d5 basically. But here f5 is also a possibility. I think black should luft something.
Yes.
g6 or... Okay, a5 is...
Should I push?
The things are coming.
Yes. How many moves have they played? How many moves? They played 19 moves only.
Yeah. And h5 is another lufting move.
Yes,
but
it's more natural.
yeah. If we had an active rook, I would have chosen h5.
Yeah.
But it's really hard for the rook to reach to attack something there.
Could of course also be
Yeah,
king to take away this check.
Yeah, that could be an even better idea. Correct.
But Ivanchuk is thinking. He has not decided yet what to do with his knight.
Of course, the knight, if you go to b4 with the knight, then a5 and a6 is perhaps easier to achieve. So there's that advantage.
The rook ending. How many moves? 42. Okay, they have played King J8, F6. Have they finished? No, they okay. So it's a draw right now. Yes. We move on.
Yeah, do we have to explain this? It's basically because black has a rook on by the side of a pawn. It's not possible to push it.
No.
As long as the pawn is on a7, and black king is unable to attack the f6 pawn, so you have to attack with rook, and then we exchange pawns, and eventually it's a draw.
The white rook is perfectly placed.
Yeah.
Cutting and stopping. Knight c5, we remember, was played, and then there was bishop f6. Controlling some squares.
Yeah. So knight d4 now is definitely going to play rook d8, I think.
What is?
I thought the c6 pawn was important, not the least because the rook would get active, because...
So this...
Yeah.
Can I take?
Yeah, you could. Not sure you should. Yeah, now black almost has to play something like king f8 or going to e7 with the bishop. Then the bishop g7 thing seems completely logical. So
run. And maybe it's possible to play like this.
Yeah, these things are protected. I don't like the fact that the knight had to leave c5, because I think in a sense that e6 is the weakest point in black's position. So that's why I wanted to have a rook on c6 first before going to c5.
So I have to go this way.
Yeah, perhaps.
Let's see what was played. No, he played knight e4.
Yeah, I think black is starting to do all right. No more than all right, but rook d8 now. We could also consider, yeah.
Why not rook d8? So there were some threats.
Take on c6. Yeah, we could take on f6 after. Then white is certainly...
You want to take?
Yeah.
I have to take with a queen.
Yeah. Then knight e5.
Yeah.
Rook g5.
This first, of course, and then this.
This a bit... That is awkward.
Yeah, this knight on d5. is always so good.
Mm-hmm.
That's our variation. King f8 played started with king f8 to avoid this check.
Now we take on c6. Black might pick up the pawn on b2 because it gives you the knight c3 option. And that's not entirely... No. It could be very awkward for white.
Can we just come with a king? Then?
So white might have to take on f6 here and then take on... So take on f6, queen takes. And queen d... No, the queen e2. And then we can hold the... Oh. Followed by knight e5 or just knight e5 immediately.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's better.
Big threat.
Again, rook g.
No, no time.
Not sure. Rook g5.
No. But maybe. So do we have this king f8? Should we take the bishop immediately, or what else?
Yeah, I think we should, because if it gets to take on b2, then the knight on f3 is almost dominated by the...
Yeah. But he took the pawn.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so why is bishop takes b2 not good here? That is the question. Because I'm guessing it is not. Is it knight h4?
Hitting the queen.
It's queen e5. And then knight c5.
So if I...
Yeah, you could go there too. This, yeah. Knight f4. And then we'd take with a check.
This is dangerous. So maybe avoid bishop takes b2.
I have this feeling that taking on b2 is the right move here.
Yeah, could be.
That feeling that has often failed me.
Yes.
But I think it's a bit of an insurance for black. But most of all, it has to do with the fact that the knight c3 becomes a... So, but there could be a tactical reason that's very direct, something like knight d6 followed by, I don't know what.
Let's try this again.
Yeah, knight d6 is also a possibility, but then... You could play knight d6, just take on f7 and then take on e6 or something like that. So where is the queen going?
Here. But now you can harass the queen.
I'm not sure the harassment is...
You have to find a square.
Super. Yeah, this is... It's hard to...
He took.
He took.
Yes.
Yeah. I wonder how much he has seen here. If he just thought, like I did, that this pawn is just important for defensive purposes, giving us this knight c3 option, and it also means that knight cannot go to e5 yet and stuff like that.
Is there anything else going on?
Yeah. So if Richard had something prepared against it, he will move within a very short time now.
Because he wants to pressure on the clock also. Grandelius.
Significantly worse.
Yeah, because he played knight c7 directly. F4 came. Had to take. and then knight d8, so he has at least not his knight on
At least,
a6, but knight now e5, and the knight is very bad again.
Yeah.
To take. And this is the position,
and he needs to play something like king f8, king e7, f6. Yeah.
But he is worse.
White will play king f2, king e3, take on d8, and play knight d4.
Yes.
And that c6 square is just...
Because if this
could very well be losing for black.
Yes.
Because the knight on e8 is so bad, and the knight on d4 is going to be so great.
So the knight will enter on c6 or b5. And we can also see on the clock that Niels has problems. So he is under big pressure. King f8 is one move.
I thought earlier when he played knight e5, and this trick with knight e5 didn't work for white, I thought he had solved all his problems there. So we must have missed something when he played knight a6, because I don't think Niels would
put the knight there if for no.
Not unless there was a very, very clear reason. I mean, he's
yeah, I agree.
There are other players if they had done that, I would not have been so sure. But with Niels, I don't think he must have a tactical explanation.
h5. Is he coming this way?
Probably is maybe going to play g6 and knight f7, but white can play h3 and g4. So yeah, white should just move a king upwards.
King up. Okay, one more game. We have also the Ivanchuk game. We left. G6 was played.
Or?
I think. Yes. He went to b4.
He did go to b4.
And then g6. Yeah, you would love to have your pawn on a6. So why not? We try. a5. Do we want
knight c3?
Yeah, do we want to? I have to take it for sure.
But yeah, now knight d5, for instance, is going to be tricky because but black wants to play rook b3 here, and so perhaps we should play knight d5 now.
Hitting the rook.
Yeah. Then take on e5 and then play a6 in that order.
This is not easy for black.
No, I have no idea how much, but it seems like white is better. A6 rook b3 is perhaps not optimal.
No, it's annoying. Because I cannot play rook b7.
And so I think we should take on. I don't see how we can gain something from allowing black to take on d4, for instance. So just take on e5 here.
Maybe we should start. Avoid any. So
there.
I don't know where it goes.
Rook probably to c6. No, can't do that. So c2.
Let me check. Yeah.
Take on e5. And if
try to play active, maybe.
Yeah. And then a6.
It's slow, but it's coming.
It is.
You wanted to play a6, rook b3, knight c6. Can I take it?
Yeah.
It's not working. A5 played was the last move, and now black is to play. And this is actually extremely long time because they have only played 20 moves. And now
you could take on d4 here also, but I think that gives white access to a c6 squares with a knight, so I don't
suddenly both knights are active.
I don't like this, so I would like to avoid that. No, I when you look at the position, black's pieces are pretty passive, but we need to have some kind of counterplay, and since knight c3 is the only move that gives us access to some squares with a rook, so
I liked this. There is not so many squares to choose from, because this and this will lose the rook. Maybe this.
And the question is, if we play a6 now, and black takes on d4, we play rook b7, does black have a move? Yeah, this looks like a move. Right.
Okay, I can win an exchange with maybe check, but I will not do. I'm not sure will I win.
No, me neither.
Take, check. I'm thinking about this, this, and this. Not sure about this. I don't think these pawns are dangerous, but at least one pawn will remain on the board. We could take first maybe and get the same variation.
I swear, but it's
rook c4 was played.
So what's the plan if white plays something like king g2? I was just gonna start walking with the king, perhaps. And on a6 now we probably take on d4. Or? Yeah, that looks.
Yeah, reasonable.
That looks about right. So then we can go to c5. Yeah. Okay, that's. Sorry?
You want to take it?
Knight c3, we take an ace. Yeah, we take anywhere. So just. That's a nice line. Good, Thomas. Yeah, so just take it. It's true. Ah, knight c3 here. Knight d5.
Just take it.
There's also knight c3 here. We could also just play knight c6, right?
Let's see how long. Where are they in the variation? This is the position. So it's right to move. Rook c4 played. Okay, we take a look again at Rapport against Sindarov. Yeah, this bishop takes b2. Knight d4 was played. Hitting the queen. Took. Played rook g7. So black is still a pawn up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now he has opened a route for his king, so it's not... Are we just helping the king to run?
Yeah.
Do we have to go and collect his pawn? Not to be worse.
Possibly.
This have to take this one maybe.
Yeah, black has stability now. So
Yeah.
I think that knight on d5 is very valuable.
Super strong.
Yeah.
Yes, we would like to exchange it, but we cannot even do it.
Exactly.
We need this pawn, I think, not to lose, maybe. We should have a sacrifice somewhere, but I don't see it.
Rook d6 is a possibility here.
Yeah, let's say it's a threat. I want to go. You want to take?
Yeah, I want to take and queen before check. If you take with the queen, that would kill black. So
I wanted to play this, but then you have knight f6. If take and knight f6. Make a try.
yeah, so I will take.
Yeah, I have to take with a pawn.
And I will play knight f6. That was my whole point. And then the question is, do I have a move? Yeah, I will have to do that. But then
I have to take it.
And take, and I take on b4 at the end of that line, then I'm better. Is that better, maybe?
No, it's not. I have b1.
There's a check and check on e4,
yes.
So we need to play knight e8.
Because now we have this correct, and then we give a check here.
But knight e8. I like.
Sorry? Queen takes a7. Tricky, because I cannot take.
Nice.
But okay.
But 98 looks actually, I think 98 is, this is at least a slight advantage for white. Take back and then just take on b4.
And this rook ending now is... No, sorry, the rook is not defending. Yes. Yeah, this must be...
This is
a little bit better for...
A little bit, maybe not
maybe.
Much, but... Can easily be lost.
Yes. So what did you played? Rook d6 was your move. Good idea.
Have the option of giving the check on c5 and playing knight f6.
So what do you want to play?
Queen c5 check.
I'll go.
And knight f6.
If I take it with something?
I can take it.
With knight or queen?
Yeah, take the knight. Then I take the knight back.
Sorry?
Then I queen takes queen.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, so we take it with...
I will take with the queen. You want
take
to...
queen.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're pawn down in the... 2 pawns down in the rook endgame. So
yeah.
No.
Okay, that was a nice trick. Yeah. We should remember it.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe it will work in another variation. You never know.
But okay, I think rook d6 is still...
rook d6. This is tricky. And white has to play tricky moves. So what is the you want to take?
Yeah.
And
on rook e8, then take on d5, and then queen takes b4 is quite annoying.
Okay, I try just to move just to see what's.
Yeah, take on d5.
I have to take with a.
Take on b4.
And I have to move.
And now okay.
Oh, you have
I was
this.
thinking knight d6, yeah.
But this was very unlucky. I placed my rook on c8. I should do.
If you go to b, I can take an a7.
Yes. No, I don't like to allow this. Take the rook.
Yeah.
So this, always this. He played rook d6. Good. So now we will see what black will do. There are some.
Might be that a5 is the best move in the position.
Yeah, I like it.
But
save.
Yeah.
Save both pawns.
Yeah, because now take on d5 and queen can't take on b4.
I can take with.
You can take with queen, yes.
Yes.
Because there's no queen takes b4.
Yeah.
So a5 might be the best move here.
Yeah, I like it. We'll take a look. This. I like it.
This is because the b4 pawn is important tactically in this position.
c4 with the idea of rook 66.
What do you play? You want to play?
c5 with threat rook 66.
Yeah.
We play king g8, and I think the knight has just moved away from the most critical square.
Yeah, then you have to have something immediately winning.
Yeah. But I think rook c1.
Yeah, not allowing the black rook to the c5.
It's an awkward balance, this. I mean, it's very strange.
But this, the clock going down to 1 minute, do you see it as a problem? Because I do.
If I was black, I would.
Yes. So what did he play?
He did play something.
No, this was... He played a5. Excellent. Took him too long time. Maybe. But maybe it was a good move. Shall we take a quick look at the other games? Ivanchuk. We had this. He played rook c4. Ivanchuk took on e5. Black took back. And then he played a6. He has a clear plan. You want to queen this pawn.
But the knight on e2 is very... Okay, so... Yeah.
So now he's stopping rook
what
b7.
to do with the knight?
Yeah, it's no good.
It's terrible.
And now, actually, white is low on time. Ivanchuk has lost all his time advantage.
Yeah.
And they have made how many moves? It's not many. 23. And we remember yesterday when Ivanchuk lost on time.
Okay, I think king should go to g2 before so we just get it out of the way somehow. And then maybe knight g1.
You're desperately seeking a way for a knight. Could I play... Could I try to get my knight this way?
Yeah. But then knight takes a6. No, sorry, that doesn't work.
No, not yet, at least.
Yeah.
Just trying. Yeah, we have to do something with this knight. This was again. So this is the position, and I recommend Ivanchuk that he start to make smooth.
Yeah. Okay, let's see the other games also.
Yeah, let's see Niels.
Niels.
We had this position.
Erwin has such an easy position to play. It's
King f3, King f8,
there it came.
King e4, King e7, take, King take,
Knight d4, King d7.
Knight c7. He wants his knight to d5.
Yep.
f5.
Yep.
And if you take this, then we cannot get our knight to d5. And Niels is also very low because he's down to 1 minute.
So
move 29.
Yeah, King d7 now.
Yeah, we have to try something like this.
Rook d1 maybe.
Will I lose this rook?
The knight takes e6.
Yeah, but will I lose this rook ending?
Yeah, I think you will, because white is so active. No. Yeah.
Okay, I can do it. It's a second.
Yeah, I thought there was. I think this is lost because
probably
rook and then rook g6 maybe.
Yeah. It's like all rook endings. You can always fight, but it looks very bad.
It looks like a very bad.
You don't like it. f5. He played King d7. So rook d1 is of course a move. This looks like the correct move.
Not sure what gains of the king e7.
I have a check.
Yeah, and then king e8. And did we gain something from that?
Knight b5.
I'm not sure f5 was right even, but let's yeah, in this position. So rook c6, knight b5. And then we can take on e6.
So what you want to play?
Rook c6. Yeah, you take on f5 first and then knight b5. Oh, that would be
don't like the rook.
a problem. That would be a problem.
He's still defending. Rapport.
Nothing happened.
Let me see. Something happened. He played rook c1. King g8 running.
Okay, and what if we take now?
What do you want to take?
Yeah, now there's no knight e8. I was thinking of taking on d5. Take, knight f6, king moves, and then just rook c7, maybe?
Is there a threat? Maybe there is. Yeah, very active. This was not played because he played rook c5.
Same idea, better version.
He played rook g6. Took on a5 because I cannot take. because of
That was painful.
because of mate.
Mm.
So he had to move the rook to e8. So now he got his pawn back.
And now taking on d5 and taking on g6 and playing knight f6 check is going to
So you want to play this.
win some material.
You want to.
Yeah, take on g6.
Oh, you can give this. No, because then you're. No, maybe why should I go with my king? But let's say this.
And have to take with f pawn. Check, take, and take on b4 at the end of the line. And I don't think black can get the material back.
No. Winning chances.
Rook c5, very nice. Keeping the active rook
Yes.
on d6 and
with all the threats. So this is the position right now. Maybe you can take on d5. Maybe there is
something even better.
Yeah, slower maybe. We try it again. Take. Only one move has to take back. We take. It's check. You have to take back.
If you take with a queen, we could choose. We could take either on b4 or on d5 later on.
Yeah.
So
no use.
No use.
So you take with a pawn. You give the check. Have to protect. So this is actually this ending that will. So you want to start with this one.
And you lose the d5 pawn instead.
You have to take the knight now.
Yeah.
You can take.
This is excellent winning chance.
Yeah.
Partly because a move like queen b3 or something like that, you have to. There's so many ways for white to try to win this.
Yeah. In a practical game, you have very good winning chances, at least. So I have to check. He has not played it yet. Was this a big mistake? Rook g6, but maybe not, because
it's
there is a lot
very
of
hard to do anything.
Yeah. And he is down on 1 minute. No, he play rook a6. Want to play rook a8 and give mate somehow.
So on king h7 now, what is he going to do? Now there's knight d6 also. Maybe there's, but then queen b1 and the rook knight f4 check, stuff like that. Looks a little.
But they will take the knight.
Yeah.
Can I play this? Give a check, yes. Rook a6. And what he played king h7. And now there should be a move. Or else, why did he play it this way?
Yeah.
Is there a better move than this? Let's try it.
I mean, if you give a check and then just go with the rook to f7, f8.
Also rook a8 is possible. Is this pawn? Let me.
Rook to G8. Yeah, that one.
Little sad to exchange.
And then knight d4 and queen e5 and such stuff. Yeah, this is...
In time trouble, it's not so easy to defend against these moves. King h7.
I thought the other line was almost a technical win, so it surprised me a bit.
But maybe yes. But now also white is low on time. Here we take a quick look at the other games to see if anything. We had this Ivanchuk game. We had a lot of things happening. He played rook a3.
Like you said.
King g7. King g2. e4. And now he got another way for the knight. Knight e5. Knight e5. Knight f3.
Rook g1 is a...
he went back.
C1, yeah.
Rook d4. Knight b6. Knight c2. And it took. And how many moves was it? Because this was a lot of moves, but it was only move 31. So they are playing now a very long time.
Yeah.
So is Ivanchuk still...
A5 is not really a threat. Okay.
Knight b3. So, but this knight...
Need to take that one.
Yes. It's a take. And now the knight of the rook should defend the pawn.
It's either c6 or a2. Maybe a2 is even better because of the knight b3, knight c3.
I want to come here.
It's also threatening the e4 pawn now. But knight c5.
He's winning the pawn.
Oh.
He's defending also on e4.
And that was silly. And knight. Yeah. Okay.
Does he have everything under control? But it was here. We can also go to c6.
Yes.
Could go. You will see what he did. He played rook c6.
Yeah.
He played it with 11 seconds on the clock.
And now after knight b3, he's going to play knight b4 and then continue with rook b6 and rook b7.
Yes, defend this.
I think black is in trouble.
Close to winning. Knight b3 played. Rapport. Oh, something has happened. What happened? He played knight d6. I played knight queen f3. Playing for mate. Rook a7. Rook f8. Queen e4. Has to exchange the queen.
And now it's dead equal if he just takes it. Black can never lose that.
No, I have to exchange the knight somehow. But how do I do it?
Yeah. Why didn't it take on d5? I don't understand. It's also the knight on d5 is so strong that if you get the chance to take it and gain and get the material back, how?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Yeah, makes no sense to me.
He didn't take. He didn't take.
What are you doing?
Played rook b7. He wants to double on the 7th rank. There we have to try, just because it's possible. Could be some checks. Threatening a mate, at least.
Yeah.
Take on b4 with the rook. And there is nothing, maybe, because now we can interpose. How to go here? Only move? Or maybe not.
No, it seems to be completely in control here. There's nothing that is really threatening in the white square, so... What? I'll take with a knight. Yep, that is a better move.
But now we have lost this b4 pawn, so I'm not impressed by this variation at all. Rook b7 was played, and then let's see what they played in the game. I played. I actually played exactly these moves. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I was analyzing, but I was just I was just doing the moves played.
So what happens on queen c2 now?
Yeah, because we cannot play this, because
We just
take it, because the rook is in a pin.
So there are moves like queen e5. No, queen e7. e7 is a possibility. Rook a6.
Yeah. So you said they said just knight h1 because I cannot take it because of mate.
It's the only move. The only move doesn't work. Yeah.
But maybe I can.
Not that, because then queen takes, and yeah, we're gonna be a piece up. Yeah.
We will see. They played check, and they took with a knight, and queen c2 was played. They are on move 39, so they are close now to 40. I'm not completely sure what he did. Sindarov was very good.
Me neither. But maybe there's moves like rook d8 and queen e7. These moves are...
But we do have rook a4, because e5 was played, threatening knight and taking away this.
So, and on knight f5 now, what will be played? Knight g4.
Now, you would like to take it.
You would, but it's not...
Just going back.
It's not viable. Yeah, I get it. So, okay. So then rook a6 instead?
This?
No, before. Instead of knight f5.
Sorry.
Yeah. So rook a6.
We will never know. We just see he played rook d5.
Yeah, okay, similar.
Defending the knight.
And rook d8 now.
And this was move 40, but black has one more move to make.
Yeah.
So Rapport played this move with 8 seconds on the clock.
Lovely.
Yes, very lovely.
Rook d8 or queen.
Rook d8, maybe I can take the knight.
But you take first, you take back and then you take on d6 and black is fine.
Sorry,
Slightly
this?
And you just swap on f2 and then you take on
Okay, and I will get only this pawn. It's nothing. Still a pawn up. Rook d5, and now the clock is ticking for Sindarov. He has to find a move quickly. What about queen e6? He played queen e6, hitting the rook, and maybe there is a check. Because I cannot take the knight.
This is unpleasant.
Yes. But he has made 40 moves, which should be a big relief.
If there is something okay for white now,
Yes.
because knight g4, when it comes back there, it's going to be a very well-placed knight.
Yeah. Okay, we take a look at what do we have? Ivanchuk. We have this position. He played knight b4, king f8, gave a check. Had to go back because of the fork on c6, threatening the knight. Coming with a king, and the knight is not very good. Rook c5. Oh, and a sacrifice, because if you take, we have this, and this one is queening. Check, sure. But it's queening. We are not in time to trap the knight. So black moved his rook. a7 was played. King e6. And this is the position, and this was move 40. So now we take a look at Niels. Also involved in a time trouble. We go back. We had this position. He played rook c6. Black took.
Why not knight b5 here?
Yeah, why not knight b5? Why not knight b5?
You know, only decent move here is king e4, but then black has the time to play something like rook e8, for instance.
Can even
I could even
take this one. Very strange. Play rook h8. Rook d6 check. And e6. Take. So now it's equal material, but there is a difference in activity. Rook g6, rook g8, king g5, and the h pawn is falling. The take. So there is a lot of moves made, and this is the position. How many moves has been played? Move 42, even.
Yeah.
So what do you say?
It's winning for white.
Is winning for white?
You can, for instance, play b5 and a4 and then just start moving your king to the queen side. And even if black would get the g3 pawn, it's not going to be invaluable enough. So I think it's easily winning for white.
So after the time trouble, we have one game decided. It was the draw between Robson and Tan. And we have 3 games still running. And 3 interesting games still.
Yeah.
But we will take a break, and we will be back in about 10 minutes.
Yes.
So we are back, and we have still 3 games going,
Yep.
and they are quite interesting. We have, for example, this game again between Ivanchuk and Erdogmus. Only one move played after move 40. It was knight c2. So what's the point? What does he want?
Thinking he probably looked at all the different routes that the knight could get to either b6 or b5.
Yeah.
And he realized that knight c2, there is a, if the knight comes to a3, it can go to b5 or c4, and from c4 it can come to b6, and from b5 it can come to c7. So it was, I think I was looking at knight a6 with the idea to, yeah, there were some similarities, but doesn't work as well.
Knight a5. The knight is not very good on this square, actually.
So if we play knight d4 check now, will the king go to d5? Knight b5. And this would be game over almost.
Because we are trying to collect one more pawn.
Yeah.
Would also be very nice. Can you play? But then we just take.
Yeah.
It's also this.
You know, the king c7. Oh, then just rook b7. Yes.
And so knight a5 played. But we take a look at also the other games.
Yep.
We take the Niels game. It's not so fun for the Swedish public, I think. We left it in this position, I think, and b5, rook c2, a4. Yeah. Check, king a4, king h6. Now the king is coming.
Yeah. Probably wants to play rook a6 first, I think.
No threat right now.
Maybe it's...
We have this.
King h5, because you want to be able to play rook g5 on king d4, right?
If you play this.
Yeah, then you want to be able to play rook g5.
This.
Yeah. And now we don't have time to play king c4, so we need to be able to play king c4, or we need to be able to play king c4 and threaten to take on b6 at the same time. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Let's say I play this.
Yeah, now you have time to take.
Can I go around?
Yeah, but now maybe I can just play rook f3 and rook f6.
No, it's not so clear. We have to think. Let's see.
So
b6.
So rook a6 here, with idea that, and now you have to play king h5, and then I play.
Because now
this. Yeah.
We are not sure that this is winning at all.
No.
Can be.
Can be. Could be not. Yeah. But king d4 here, I think, is now it's winning.
Because now this is a big
threat. And if you play rook g5, now I play king c4. Threatening to take on b6.
Yeah. And if I take, we are much too slow.
Yes. So you need to give a check. And then I play king d5. And then I don't think we have a really good move here.
This one is coming.
Yeah.
It looks very bad. So let's see what they have played, if anything. g6, rook a6 played. King h5 played. We cannot take because of check, but we can play this. Threatening to take and win. And I don't know what to do.
They played something now. So the time king
d4,
rook
d5.
Yeah.
They will probably play this.
I think so, yes.
But he didn't. He took the pawn.
Okay.
There is a check. So he thinks this is an easy win.
So why is that? Maybe he's going to play king c3. And yes, and then rook a3.
And then this.
Yeah, that is.
This is very boring. Defending this one.
That's
and
a simple solution.
Yeah, so this is winning.
Yeah.
So this game will.
Yeah, that is what happened also.
Yeah, this has already been played.
Yeah.
And yeah, Niels might even resign.
Yeah.
He did, yes. So this was sad for Niels, but it was a very good game by Lamy, actually.
Yeah.
Put some pressure. Okay, we take a look at the sharp game between Rapport and Sindarov. We had this position after 40 move. Queen e6 was the last move, threatening this and this.
And White has been playing for a win for a long time, but at this stage it's
it's totally unclear what's going on.
Yeah, I think it's Black who is
Rook d2. He had to save the rook and
is doing well.
Knight g4. This is serious threat. So he moved his king. Rook d8 was played. He had to defend. And now e4. So now this one is coming. Rook d4.
On e3 now, he will play. Can he play rook e4?
Yeah, maybe this. Because there is some tricks. If the queen goes away, we can take on g4.
Yes.
So this is the position. And let's take a look again at Ivanchuk. But there is nothing happening. He's burning all his time again. But yeah, I think he will win this somehow. Feel it.
I agree.
So what did we say? We gave a check. And where should it go?
Well, yeah, d5 or e5, but e5, knight b5. You need at least the king to be closer to this side, so you can attack the knight somehow.
And this is, of course, met by this check. So this looks very stupid. So it must be this.
And knight b5 looks about right.
Defending the pawn, and also have some knight c7 later on. I have no good move to suggest.
No.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I guess the problem with this position is the kingside pawns.
Yeah.
If White gets one of those, it's especially that one. I don't.
And then
it's almost at Zugzwang.
Yeah, collect. But he's thinking.
Yeah, so f5 is not the move you want to do, but
opening up.
Because there is a check on b7, but maybe just king g8 here. Knight takes f5.
This is
unideal.
f5 is very dangerous.
Yeah.
Can I play? Let's try this again.
Yeah.
e3, rook e4.
Queen takes d6 doesn't
quite work.
Cut it, no.
Because I have to defend my knight.
Yep. Yeah.
But it's not even a threat to take. Not now, at least.
My king g8 here could become a pretty huge threat on the other hand.
So this is the position, yes. And Ivanchuk is still thinking.
Yeah, maybe he's considering something like g4. But it could also be king e2.
That game is more fun. We take a look at this. The pawn is hanging on e4, at least. You can defend it with knight f6, but it's the wrong direction.
There's also queen f6. But it doesn't you have to take rook, and then rook takes d6, you just take, and then at the end of the line there is rook takes g4, and I don't see a way for black to
You need this check.
Yeah.
But it doesn't
exist. It's not there.
No.
And three rook e4, queen d7. Your queen d7 seems like the best option here.
In this
position. That is what we just looked at.
But now you have this, maybe.
But white is not losing this. This is should be a draw.
Yeah.
And I think black has reasons to be slightly optimistic here.
You can play after knight takes, so you have a look.
Sorry. Yeah.
You can you can pin the knight. I understand. So how was the line? It was queen f6.
Rook takes g4.
Take. We can maybe not take because rook f8. Rook. Excellent. We can play this. Hmm. Would be one of, yes, maybe it's more safe to play this. Then Ivanchuk, has he moved? Yes. Finally, he gave this check. I would be surprised if this is not the move.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
would we too? And here, knight b5 is the only move, so. I believe black should probably play h5 or something. I don't think you can give up to, or maybe f5 or h5.
We try this.
I think, and we need to take on the h pawn, and then knight c6 or king c5.
That is a very big threat.
Yeah.
So I have to come here.
And I fear that after giving a check on c7, or sorry, playing knight c7 here, take an a7, check on e6, rook b6, you just take that, and then you end in that position, that line with knight f4, I think, yeah, or that one of these two moves. I think it's just winning for white.
Can black's king go to c6 instead of c5?
Yeah. So king c6. I think the problem with going there is that yeah, I should not say anything more now. We will get the g6 pawn with check, and then the f5 pawn falls. So we need to play king d5 there after knight d4 check. And then we can even play rook d7 check.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is
just a question of time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Second.
But why did you take? Sorry, can we just?
Because I wanted to show.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I wanted to show the line.
I think the problem is king c6, right? What I think? What am I saying? Sorry, knight c6. It must be. Okay.
Then we have this. So rook b7 is maybe an excellent move.
Okay. Take, check. King c6 there. There's no way for us to. No.
No. It's good. So there is no time for f5.
Very nice. We're also one knight on a8 and one on b7 obstructing. It's a very nice.
He has not even played king d5 yet, but so if I play king e5, play the same.
Yeah.
Hoping for rook b7.
Now we have rook c5.
because there is no check.
Yeah.
But maybe now I can just
Yep.
grab a pawn because the king is not close to the knight. Okay, black is fighting. Sorry. So knight d4 is the last move. No moves. So they are thinking a lot. Sorry? Yeah, it goes back. So it's not so fun. Because no, there is no threats. But okay, we are in a pin. Yeah, it's possible to play, of course.
Yeah, I think this line with e3, rook e4, there is, for instance, queen d5. We haven't looked at that.
Instead, in this position.
Yeah.
e3.
So there's both queen d7 and queen d5. With your take there, now I take with the 8th rook there. Yes.
Yes.
And there. Take there. Yeah, and probably white. White should not have any problems there.
Should be draw.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Maybe.
I mean, this is maybe.
Yeah, so queen d7 is the most critical then. What you suggested.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if I should play for a win or not. Maybe I should just take this draw. Sure. But there he's thinking a lot. Okay. Check. He went to d5. Knight b5 was played. So we're waiting for this excellent variation. I think Ivanchuk is capable of finding these kind of moves.
Yep. I think he's pretty finely attuned to just that kind of move.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, I feel that the other game is the more interesting one.
Yeah.
Because this is.
It's more interesting if it will be rook b7 played or not.
Yeah, exactly. This is.
We will see the other game. Ivanchuk. No, Rapport. Queen f6. Finally. What did we say about this?
Yeah, exactly.
I have no idea. What did we do?
If you take on e4, there's also a move like knight e5. I just realized.
This.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe queen e2. Just.
Mm.
97.
Have to protect my knight.
Then knight c5 on rook a6.
Okay, so then it's easy. Robert check and then taking. Let's play this. Okay, then the knight is always in the way.
Yeah. No, it's no easy.
Is this a draw?
Yeah.
195. And there is no.
Queen takes e4 would be less good.
It took, and then this was played.
Similar.
Yeah. If we take it, he will take. Take with king.
Yeah, then take on d6.
I guess you should. Should I take it? Yes, I should.
Now remember to defend.
Yes. I do it the active way.
Yeah.
Is this heading for a draw somehow?
Feels like it.
Yeah. If this game is a draw and Ivanchuk wins, then Sindarov will be in the lead with 1 full point. Because
he was very. I feel he must have been a bit lucky here somewhere.
yeah.
But we did have a look at that line that I suggested before, time trouble, and it turned out that although white was a pawn up in a queen endgame, that the engines think that it's very even. And then I'm pretty sure that Richard saw that, and that is what he avoided. So he just calculated, or he evaluated the position 1 move later on than I did, and he.
I still think you could play it because in a practical game, it's good winning chance.
Maybe.
Okay, we take. What else? We cannot allow this check. There is also here. We have to take it. It takes.
Yeah, and queen f3 is not the move because you just play rook b3. Yeah, so.
So this would be. And now we have to look out for this one.
Yeah. That's the simplest way. King g7, something like that.
Very difficult to queen this pawn.
Unless you play queen b2 check and you play rook f6.
Yes.
But even then a4 wins.
Yeah, but this will be extremely stupid. But we will play this and then nothing happened. So I guess this will be a draw, is my guess right now at least.
Yep. I'm agreeing with that.
You want to play this?
What about queen takes?
You can take this one. I thought this was your brilliant idea. You can say it was.
And indeed, maybe perhaps lacking, we can claim that white is a bit better here.
Yeah, because of this pawn, but it's a long way to win. But maybe you want to try, especially since you are trailing in the tournament.
Yeah.
But now, okay, take. So maybe rook f4 is a way to play on.
But we should also watch out for a move like Queen G5 there. And rook takes F7, just King G8.
Yeah, and you may regret.
Something.
I think they should be careful, both of them.
Yeah. I'm not really able to count more than 2 moves
No.
now.
No.
I felt there was a fog surrounding the whole position in my head.
And here, nothing is happening. And now he's down on 3 minutes. So Black must make a move pretty soon, but
Yes.
yeah, you can also maybe not resign. You make a move, I guess, but it's close to resign. F5. Now the brilliant.
See.
Now we want.
Yeah.
Maybe we should check
The crowd wants.
Should we check that this is not a very bad move?
Yeah, I don't think. I think.
You think it's good?
I think it's good.
The point was this, and the knight cannot reach A8 or A7. It's brilliant. It's like a study.
Yeah.
So maybe this move. Move away, we play this. And now this will cost the game. We cannot stop it. No. Yeah, it's a brilliant move. Rook b7. If it will be played, it would be very nice. Rook f4 was played.
Okay. We're going to get that.
Yeah. And what was the line? Yeah, it was, yeah.
It was take on g6, take there. Perhaps knight g4 is a better move.
Yeah.
But a4 here is. And then knight e3. We want to play knight f5, that is.
What if I play rook a8? How do you even defend the pawn?
Okay. Yeah, that looks about right.
So I have to try to. Yeah, I don't know. They play more moves. Yeah, they play these moves. Queen take a4, take on g6, only move, take. That's f3. Yeah. So this is the variation we had before.
Going to f5 with a knight, it's very solid. I like the other way better because of rook b7 check here, king g8, and then knight f7. But I'm guessing that we can just play rook a8 here, maybe.
Okay, we take a check.
Check, and we go to f8, yeah, I think. Yeah, and here everything is, just rook a3, for instance. The knight is not doing too well over there.
Check and collect this one maybe. So this is the position in the game. And it's only... Sorry?
So check on these
Yeah, you have. But this is not dangerous at all. As long as I go in the right direction. Yeah. I guess this will be a draw somehow. And Ivanchuk, has he played the move we like?
Still thinking.
Still thinking. He played it.
Yeah.
Very nice. Rook b7. Time to resign, I would say.
Yes.
Yeah. Very nice move, Rook b7. They're still playing? Are there any questions?
No.
No.
Well, it's
Not
just
any good.
the engine that made a jump that I...
No, he won. Ivanchuk. Very nice final move. So now we have only one game. Rapport against Sindarov. And he played check. Knight f7, threatening the rook. Rook a8 as expected. Check. And king moves. And now, what do we play? We tried this before, but we
maybe king e3 instead.
Yeah. Do we go here? Maybe.
Yeah. Things are coming off.
Yes. King e3 was played. Knight e6 was played. Yeah, we should mate, then we have to...
Yeah.
But it's hard to... How to deliver the last check, I think.
No, king e4 might be the best. No, then knight c5 check. So it's not
Yes,
the best move.
okay, so I cannot even advance. So I try... I guess you should try to keep his... I don't know what you should try.
Yeah, you could play rook f7, rook f6, and
Sorry, this. If I take on f4 and take on a2, this is quite a boring endgame.
But then we play on.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I'm not... Maybe I can give this check.
Yeah.
Because this idea will be the same. Yeah.
You could play knight f8 at that point. So
Yeah. Let's see what they played. 96. So this is position right now. This is... Yeah, it's a draw. But it was a very good fight.
Yep.
The game.
Yeah, I agree.
He went...
And black almost got the upper hand at some point. Or at least at a much nicer position than... If you did see the queen endgame and didn't go in for it because you realized it was a draw, then I'm very impressed.
Yes.
Mm. Mm. Yeah, I think we're.
Are we?
I think we're done. I don't think there's much we can add.
I agree.
Mm.
Should we call it today? We
Yeah.
say this is a clear draw.
Yep.
And tomorrow, should we check who will play?
Yep.
Tomorrow we have Tom playing white against Lamy.
Mm.
We have Erdogmus playing white against Robson. Rapport playing white against Ivanchuk. That will be a very exciting game, I think. And then we have Sindarov playing white against Grandelius. So he is up for a tough game tomorrow.
Yeah.
We will see. And this is even okay. I think he can take the pawn, or
I think so too.
okay.
Take knight c5, knight a6, knight c7, knight d5, check, and b6.
You want to play this?
Yeah.
Okay, we check it.
c7, d5.
And then you have to check in the end, and you can take. And not even Rapport can play on. Okay, we say it's a draw.
Unless he has some pieces up his sleeve.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for today, and we will be back tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Same time.